Wow, that's embarrassing. Missed my whole intro. That's okay. Uh, so basically, a couple file formats already done. We got the pick and place CSV done. Some start on the build material CSV. Today, the goal is to get, uh, or this week, the goal is to get a fully assembled PCB ordered, so you can just use it. Gonna have to output this guy, which you upload to a manufacturer, and it basically tells them what part is being used. This is the one from JLC PCB. So this is their preferred format where you give them all the part numbers that they're going to use. So we're gonna try to support this and make it possible for you to use any manufacturer. Some other manufacturers have different formats. Some of them are pretty cool. So yeah, this is the macro fab one. So it looks a lot more complicated than it is, but basically they have these alternating columns of manufacturer and manufacturer part number. And so you can actually provide multiple solutions for placing that component. You can provide alternatives. At least that's my understanding. It's a little weird how they put this. Yo, what up? What up, imposter engineer? So yeah, more CSV outputs. These are so much easier though than the custom Gerber stuff from last time. Yeah, they'll put all the parts on it. If you give them all the parts, then you don't have to do a thing. Yeah, I mean, so yeah. Yeah, so you can make bare boards, and most EDA software focuses on making bare boards, but since like the target audience is more software leaning, they're not going to have the ability to assembly. So getting things assembled is going to be like super, super important. But you're totally correct in thinking most EDA software doesn't do it. But for me, I don't have a lab here. I used to have a lab, but I don't have a lab here. So everything is going to be fully assembled. So I'm going to be focusing on assembly from day one. So we're not even going to order a bare board. We're going to order a fully assembled board as the first board. I'm not gonna mess around with soldering in my house. I could totally do it. I could even get a heat plate and do the first circuit totally manually, but it's just not worth it. I've used both Macrofab and JLC PCB for assembly, also PCBWay for assembly, and they're great. Like, there's no reason not to use them. You just need to give them the proper metadata. Yeah. Yeah, soldering is a pain, especially if you have like really small SMD components, stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll try to make that work. Really quick, before I get into this, I wonder how the visibility is on these chat messages, because they kind of overlay. Maybe I move them down here or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm probably not going to get it to work. I'll just give up. Everybody can struggle. Go to Twitch or whatever platform. Yeah. It's pretty bad. Got lots of text. You know what I'll do? I'll show mercy. I'll move this to the left. Although that might hide a little bit of code, but it's kind of weird that it was even on the right. It's kind of an untraditional layout. All right. So I think I might have a test. I can't remember where I was at. Okay, so I have a test where I create a resistor and I give it a part number, and then we're gonna see what the BOM rows do. So this is all I've done on the BOM component. So let's go ahead and run that test. BOM convert. Okay, so this looks pretty good for a first try. So I tweeted about this yesterday, but there's a bit of an issue where typically with PCB design, people refer to PCB components in sort of an absolute way. So you have R1, that's going to be the only R1 on the board. TS Circuit doesn't do that, confusingly, but for a pretty good reason, I think. What you saw on the web was people transitioned from IDs, universally unique IDs, and styling with universally unique IDs to styling with class names. Basically, everybody styles with class names now. You very, very rarely see IDs, especially in React code or anything like that, where reusability is expected. So I think circuits would undergo the exact same evolution. You have to not use absolute IDs if you're doing modularized components. So that's why the designator isn't the name. So you would expect this to be R1, but it's not here. It's a super long name. The problem is this designator can't actually go on the PCB. So what I probably need to do is shorten this to like R1, R0, whatever. Or maybe to make it less confusing, make them all negative or something. But this is too long right now. I'm going to keep it as is and see what the PCB assembler says. Just like give them these long designators, and they'll be like, these don't show up on the board. Actually, right now we don't have any silk screen. We don't. The silk screen, this like green stuff on the board. Or not the green stuff, the white over the green on the board, all these white markings. This shows people how to place the components down. So I don't currently support putting in these white things. I have to soon. Like, you can't get away without doing it. JavaScript does like long names. So does Java. Yeah, it's the Java roots. Also just functional programming in general, I think, or not functional, non-object oriented. I think you always start to get a little bit of a longer name. But normally these would be the designator. So it's really easy to read the CSV and go, oh, R10, I'm going to put it right here. But my bet, this is like a big bet for TS Circuit, and we'll see when we order the first board. You know, ambitiously, maybe we could do today. Very ambitiously, probably tomorrow, probably Wednesday. But I think that most assemblers, modern assemblers, the people who are actually going to be building my PCBs, they do this on a line with advanced tools, software that tells them where to place each thing, or it's a machine doing it the whole time. And so, yes, it's a little bit harder to read. It's kind of like code without any comments, right? You have no silkscreen. But I think that the assembler is just going to know what they're doing. They're going to figure it out because they have advanced enough software. So I'm taking a bet here that the designators don't matter anymore, which may or may not be true. So we'll find out. I definitely think it'll make it hard for them to debug. A lot of times assemblers do get confused, and then somebody comes over and they're like, oh yeah, they probably meant this, and they fix it. That's going to be impossible with this technique. So the file formats are going to be really important. It's going to be really important to use standard components and footprints and stuff like that where confusion is minimized. But it might even be possible to mark some items as, oh yeah, it actually needs an absolute designator, rather than using the name. Because I just don't think, especially for resistors, you really don't need, those are almost always machine placed on any real circuit. So I don't think it's going to be an issue. Might also be, something somebody could configure or something like that. But for now, I'm going to see how much I can abuse the system and get the assemblers to just kind of figure it out. Okay, with that, this output kind of looks bad. I'm a little bit confused on this part number part. Nothing in here makes sense to me. I think I wrote the beginnings of a spec for what this is supposed to look like, so we can look at that comment value. Yeah, this is pretty bad because you don't know, like, there's no part, like the part number is not incorporated. Am I crazy? Yeah, the part number 1 2 3 4 5 6 was just not incorporated. Let's clean this up a little bit. Do I still want these? I kind of still want these. I'm gonna move all of these to a different workspace. Okay, cool. So the problem with this file sidebar is I feel like all the code is blocked now when it's on the right. Silk screen equals you are using Tailwind. This is a web page. Come on. Basically. Silk screen is just like, I don't know why it's called silk screen, but it's just like, it's just like the white stuff on a PCB, like the markings. So all of my PCBs like are going to be impossible to assemble without, or well, at least initially will be almost impossible to assemble without computers. Yeah, exactly. Silk screen like t-shirt printing. That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. So if you are printing your own PCB, what sometimes people would do is they would have laser etched, a metal laser etched thing, just like a t-shirt print. And then you would drag the ink or whatever over the PCB. So literally the same technique. I doubt they use that in production, but if you were doing it at home, that's how you would do it. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, PCB printing is essentially a big set of, metal things that have been laser etched out each layer, and then you put a paste or a ink or whatever. Yeah, I forgot about that. I did t-shirt printing in high school. Otherwise, I don't think I would have known what you meant. But yeah, it's exactly the same process. Okay, so let's just go to this function and figure out what's going on. Can I clean this up at all? Let's remove some of these files. So function is a little complicated. I put in this async resolve par function that I just figured I might need later, but we're not going to use it right now. But conceptually, sometimes you might want to hit up a manufacturer's API to see if they have, let's say you have a resistor with a certain tolerance and a footprint and all that. You're like, okay, I have enough information to derive a part number from the manufacturer. So I'll call that the resolution function. And then people, sometime down the line, I'll probably go, when you're exporting, do you want to use a resolution function? And then I'll talk to the manufacturer. So I don't know when I'll have to do that. Maybe soon. It's a little bit unclear. There might be some databases I can literally commit, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It's a bit of a hard project. Not that hard, but like definitely a day project. So this is where that part number is coming. So what is the format here? Resolved part is not what we output. We output a BOM row, and a BOM row has. So I think the first thing we're targeting is the JLC PCB. I feel a little bit bad because Macrofab is a really good company. So I kind of want to do their upload process first. But JLC PCB is a tiny bit simpler. Information overload. Yeah. I can't. It doesn't really matter. It's weird. Oh, it's XLS. I think they accept CSV. Oh, oh yeah, they have formatting and stuff too. I'm just going to ignore that. I think okay. So another like weird thing is, a lot like PCBWay and JLC. I don't know this for sure, but JLC PCB and PCBWay are, I'm pretty sure they're stationed in China, and they have engineers look at the empty cell. The name on the top left corner is a Chinese character. Oh, up here? Yeah. Yeah, but I don't think they... It's funny. So confirmed, maybe. Confirmed, perhaps, that they are a Chinese company. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, when I go over certain ones, I even have the... Yeah, what the heck? I just saw Chinese characters, but then it went away. I think maybe my font doesn't have good support here. But, yeah, so they're Chinese companies, but the benefit of that is they actually on the empty cell. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. But they accept CSVs. So I think when I go to upload the CSV, CSVs don't have room for any weird encoding, and they should accept it. But uh with these guys, they have engineers actually evaluate your spreadsheets, where I think macrofab is actually a fully automated process. So maybe the right answer is to do both. The other thing I'm really curious about is if they're mutually compatible. When I upload a BOM, can I do this NPM manufacturer thing and then also do GLC PCB part number? How are you going to show ohm UTF-8? Yeah, that's a good question. This is actually uncommon, I think. Okay. So this is to some extent what I was trying to say. JLC PCB, I don't think that these are really read by machines. I actually think they have engineers who sort of translate this. Maybe they have some automatic processes. Like in this case, you don't even need the ohmage because you have a part number, but they actually have engineers to automatically, or not automatically, but to fix your stuff. From my interactions, they've fixed a lot of stuff that I've sent them that's had little stuff. So for them, the format doesn't matter so much. It's fairly standard, but I think for macrofab, they actually do automatically read this. I'm pretty sure they have an interface where you can review it, which maybe means that it's better to go with them first because you'll have a higher assurance that you're doing the right thing without somebody helping you. But macrofab is based in Texas, so it makes sense that they want it pay human labor to look at it. And again, I'm completely speculating. Maybe they have like a lot of great automations, I'm sure, JLC PCB and PCB way. So who knows, but yeah, that does make me kind of think macrofab might be the right choice because it's just a little bit stricter. It is kind of confusing. So what we can do is anything prefixed with MF stands for macrofab. So what I can try to do is use macrofab only components and keep it pretty simple. So that means I need to adjust the CSV output format. So right now I just have part number. I think we'll make that. That's really insufficient now that I think about it. Like for any manufacturer, you're not just going to have part number. So I think that was a mistake. So we'll adjust this. Oh, this is a little tricky. I almost need like just debating how to do this. I kind of have. Yeah, I guess this is fine. Let's do this. Yeah, that's probably fine. The thing I didn't want to hit was like I'm kind of there's a couple problems. So the issue with macrofab's format, and this bugs me a lot because I wrote a bunch of libraries for parsing this kind of stuff, is they have duplicate columns, duplicate column names. So like if you're using something like a pop-a parse library or whatever, it's not going to go into JSON in a super convenient way. It's going to be a little bit weird when it goes to JSON. So that bugs me. It's not a deal breaker on it, but it's like, yeah. Well, I'm not going to convince them to use a file format, a different file format. So just got to be compatible. It's not the worst thing. Let's take a look at the thing we're going to build on the tscircuit.com. I have a tutorial where I build a blinking LED circuit, and that's what I'm going to try to order as the first circuit. Because like if I just did an LED, it would be a little boring. Oh, whoops. So let's see. These guys are going to have I didn't know they had a podcast. That's kind of interesting. Interesting. Somewhere they're going to have a library. Yeah, duplicate column names suck. I have a file format that I worked a while on and used for some machine learning stuff. I have another project called Universal Data Tool. And that was working on like 3 years ago. And I wanted a CSV file format that did always go to JSON in a predictable way. And so I have a pretty good little format. I forget what it's called though. I think it's called JAC, like a Jack CSV, and it's CSV compatible. So you can open it in spreadsheets, but it's just got a little bit of extra data. It's a pretty cool format. I'll show it another time. Their search here isn't helping me out. So let's say macrofab component library. It's probably going to be called something different. House parts. Cool. All right. So this looks pretty scrapable, which is cool. So we're going to look for a 555 timer. If they don't have a 555 timer. Oh, no. Really? That's a really common component. Oh, that stinks. That might disqualify them from the first run. They really don't have one? That's so common. They might have an issue with this search. I feel like their search might be broken. Yeah, if they don't have the parts, what you do is you have to go to DigiKey, or like you can purchase the part and ship it to them. Yeah. And then they'll usually charge a little bit more because they have to do some labor to put the reel on the machine. It's called a reel circuit or a component reel PCB. It looks like this. Tape and reel. I mean, there's not everything is a reel, but in this, yeah, most things are real. So they put this on the machine, and then the pick and place machine knows how to put it. Yeah, I don't want to deal with it. Yeah. Also, like, if other people want to order it, because it's not like other people would get like use out of it, but other people might want to be like testing the system and modifying or whatever. And I want to have a good example that, yeah, they don't. I mean, if their search is broken, I don't really know what I can do. I could talk to them. I wonder how this is licensed. Whenever I look at a component library, I always look at how it's licensed because, yeah, like virtually zero people. TS Circuit is MIT, so you can use it for anything, but virtually zero people use MIT, which is kind of crazy. But all right, so maybe not macrofab. JLC PCB I know has a way bigger library, unfortunately. Unfortunately for macrofab. Fortunate for me. It's nice that I don't have to, deal with components at all. I'm pretty happy about that, actually. Yeah, some examples of mistakes that like JLC PCB or PCBWay have corrected is like I'll send them, some like, I don't know, power supply circuit or whatever, or power supply integrated circuit, and then they'll go, we don't have that, but we could use this instead. It's totally compatible. And I'm like, oh, great, yeah, go for it. And they're like, okay, that's 47 cents instead of 36 cents per component. I'm like, sure, go for it. So very little work. You gotta be kidding me. Nobody has a 555. I might have to refigure out what circuit to make, or do they just have a bad search? I guess 555 timers are kind of like, they're only really for instructional stuff. No, I don't know. Well, it'd be really nice. Okay, so backtracking quite a bit now. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna make. What? How can you make a blinking LED circuit? I could like really step up the game and do a like an Arduino, like an app mega. We could do an AT Tiny. That's gonna really step up the game though. Sorry, AT Tiny. So this is like what's used on a basic Arduino. Oh, come on, you have tinies. I think that search is bad. Hold on. There's no way. AT Tiny. It shows up here. Is it not in-house? Is that why? Sometimes with JLC and PCBWay, I'm pretty sure if it's not listed as a house part, sometimes they'll just like find it. But do they really not have? I think it's a mistake. They got, come on, they got 4 million components here. Electronic tools. I should make a website that just helps you figure out what's part of different manufacturers' house parts. I probably will have to make that. Trying to see what microcontrollers they might have. Embedded peripheral, I don't know. Do you have anything at Mega? At Mal? What? I feel like I'm losing my mind. PCBWay house parts. Yeah, they're in Shenzhen, China. Have you seen how they make these? I saw Strange Parts and someone else too, I think. It is pretty cool. How they like assemble it? Which part of the process? Like the actual low level component themselves is pretty nuts. There's like gold inside of it that's packaged in plastic or whatever. I think with these guys, they don't even need house parts. They just figure it out. It's so funny that they actually answered this guy. Like, is it possible to order? What? What are these people? What's funny is they're kind of answering these like somewhat honestly, but it's not really like related. I don't know. Somebody with a broken circuit board. Man, that's so interesting. I think they're going to source from all over the place. Oh, they do have a lot of microcontrollers here. They've got a lot of STM32s. But this is going back to like what I think is their general part search. I think they'll source from anything. Oh, come on. Nobody has a... Am I crazy? 555 timer. Let's go to ChatGPT. What is the most common 555 timer? The most common 555 timers in any blah blah blah. All right, let's look it up. All right, looks good. Hey, my man. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so they just don't have a very good search. Or maybe, you know, maybe I was doing it not so great. Who knows? Who knows? All right, let's see if this shows up in this other search tool. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so the thing that might make this easier, like we don't have to care that much. Maybe I will start with JLC PCB, just because I think they'll figure it out. They do have the JLC PCB part number here, so that's probably fine. Also, I just realized too that I think JLC PCB will put on dip components, but other manufacturers won't. So I can use like a big honkin' IC like this. But normally, I guess so like any 555 like SMD. Yeah, normally you would want to use like an SMD version of this. So like maybe we do anyway, because it's like it's a little bit more professional, you know. Yeah, they have this one too. Theoretically. They don't really say much about the availability. Oh, they actually do say is insufficient stock for this. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand how this works. Check out the video above. Oh, the flexible PCBs? Oh yeah, this is JLC. Yeah, they have videos. Yeah, it's nuts, right? They're super automated. I think with some of these guys too, it's like I've built familiarity with them over the years because they've helped me with so many prototypes that when I do a larger run, I haven't done many large runs. I think the largest run I've ever done is like 50 circuits, so not really huge, but like you just start to get that sense of consistency, and then you start to order big jobs, and I think they make the money on the big jobs, not like random people's prototypes, not on like hobbyist prototypes, basically. Yeah, there's no stock for this one. There's stock for this one. This is also TSSOP, so the guy's cool. I'll give him a subby. Strange parts. It's pretty cool. I like it. I like the subject matter. All right, we got a really weird one that's in stock. Maybe I go for it. I'm like kind of in disbelief that they're out of stock on so many things. That'd be very disappointing if they were super out of stock. But the cool thing about TS Circuit is it might be able to do footprint adjustment eventually too. I haven't thought too much about that, but in this case, you literally can't get compatibility with the same footprint. These are like different footprints. Usually you want compatibility with the same footprint, but that's a pretty sweet feature if you can swap the footprint and then auto route and the circuit still works. That's pretty nuts. Especially if you can do it without like having like this huge engineering review kind of stuff. Kind of wish I could get like a more classic. I could try it and see what they say. I feel like if I did it, they would figure it out. Oh, there's this PW one. I forget what the suffix PW means. PW or R or whatever. This is probably another ChatGPT question. Oh, it might. Well, it definitely changes the pin layout sometimes. Oh, it has to do with tolerances, thermal impedance. Oh, PW is like power, I think. PS might be power supply. I don't know. Let's find out. We can be educated now. Back in the day, I would just take all the unknowns. I would like not know things, and I would just take them and I would go, okay, those are the unknowns. I'll look them up if I think they're important. But now I can just paste into ChatGPT some very poorly formatted text. I can say, let's top. What does, let's see. What do we have here? DPPSPW. DPPSPW. I mean, in the below. Kerwa Bobber. What up? auto mod. Let's see. Apologies that my face is getting in the way. I don't think there's any way for me to... I could do this. D package. P package. Oh, interesting. Plastic. Power small. Something like that. Power wide. That makes sense. Power wide. Power wide. Power small. Okay. Cool. So this one is, yeah, that makes sense. It is wide for, I guess, better heat dissipation. This one is this one is not in stock. I don't know if I'm caring too much. I feel like these numbers probably aren't up to date, and if I send them something, they're just gonna figure it out. They do have a lot of these though. I could do it. I'm just gonna have to design the footprint, but that's fine. That'll take like 5 seconds. Because there's already there's a whole component just for spreading out pads, so that should take 5 seconds. All right. So this is the JLC PCB part number. What am I up to today? I'm getting TS circuit, which is a way to create circuits in React, working for ordering like fully assembled circuits. So ideally this week I can, well, probably not by the end of this week, but next week when it gets here, I'll be able to hold up something that can blink an LED and it's created in React. And then web developers can rejoice because they can now, web developers, maybe aren't the best at AI. I hope nobody's offended in me saying that. But, if they own hardware and then, we come for AI later. Honestly, people are debating on Twitter, like, what title is appropriate for, like, because prompt engineer is kind of a lame title. So they're doing, like, AI engineer for people who build applications on AI. And that's going to be, like, mostly web developers, right? So, of the space of ownership, web developers are just going to, take everything. They took everything. I don't understand this. Manufacturer part number columns. Oh, I think I understand that. So this is where the JLC PCB part number comes in. All right, so back to the test. We want this test to, this is what it's currently outputting, and it's not really going to map super well to a CSV. So we want an intermediate JSON representation that maps better to the BOM CSV. AI, the second, started 2 years. Yeah, right. Yep. Yeah, web developers who already are, making bank doing easy stuff can now make even more bank. It just speaks to the value creation ratio, right? Like, it's very easy to be a web developer and make an entire product. You can make a mobile app. You can do like so much as a web developer, React Native and all that. It's like the influence is just going to keep getting bigger, right? It's going to be nuts. When web developers can do electronics, they're all going to be like, like, gonna develop a god complex. Yeah, it's very unfair. I mean, it's always been super unfair. I remember, like, some of my hardest working friends were electrical engineers, and electrical engineers, they make a decent amount of cash, but they don't make anything like my hot take. They don't make as much nearly as web developers can. So, like, it feels a little unfair because they work so hard and they have to know so much stuff. And then, all that work, what did it get you? But I love electrical engineers. Even though I'm like changing how they work or whatever, and maybe they'll be mad at me for a little bit. They'll eventually come around to the way of the code. AI is going to take a lot of work away from front end and developers in maybe 15 years. I tend to agree that it'll take a lot of work away, but my general perspective on it, the optimist perspective, is there is so much work to be done. Like every time I'm on a, like on a app with a bug, or like, it's just like I'm filling out a form that could be done online or something like that, I'm like, we should really, we need more web developers doing more stuff. So like, I'm happy that web developers will be a lot more efficient. Yeah, small bug fixes for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so my hunch is, so this is probably not a good enough definition to generate, I guess, like the target, to make this very concrete. Is this our target right now? I guess this is our target CSV. Let me make a quick copy of this. And don't show me tips. I don't need tips. All right. I need results. So very concretely, what we want our output to be, I'll copy one of these. Yeah, this R2 column looks pretty good. This is basically what we want the output to be. This footprint column is going to be a real difficult one, because since the footprints are created, I mean, this is generally like a really hard problem for EDA tools to output, because they, you can't necessarily stringify every footprint. So we're at an intermediate layer. This is like, you have to imagine this as like really like what the React code is doing internally. So these are like the React props. So I don't think you would provide part numbers like this and could expect that to work. I think you would have to do, I'm trying to think what the prop would be. What's a really good API for this? So we would do resistor. Yeah, name equals R1. Oh man. All right, these JS comments are gonna ruin me. Name R1. Trying to think, like, should it be like a sub object? Or I could do part. Menu. I'm going to regret this API forever if I get it wrong. Part. It's kind of like a column. Manufacturer, part, numbers. You could do something like this. Then you could do JLC, PCB, C, whatever. Nobody's afraid of losing their jobs as web developers. It's because they do nothing. I bet you could replace a lot of teachers and lawyers with AI. Yeah, so I mean, it's tough. Lawyers, I had to deal with some legal stuff recently, and I kept pasting it into ChatGPT, like all the documents and stuff like that, and it's like pretty 90%. But then like the thing you want a lawyer for is like verifying that you're correct a lot of the time. Like you're like, I think it works like this, and ChatGPT gets me like 90% of the way there, but I'm like, the risk of the 10% is too high. Teachers, I do think, there's a couple education programs that are running right now that seem to be pretty good, where they use teachers, or they're supplementing teachers, because like teachers don't give one-on-one education. Like it's not even AI versus teachers. It's like, what's going to be better, one-on-one education or 1-to-20? Of course it's going to be 1-to-1, and an AI can give you 1-to-1. It's not like even if the AI is much worse than a teacher, one-on-one education where like you can see that somebody's struggling and then immediately address it, so they're not sitting there in a class for 30 minutes being frustrated. Of course that's going to be better, right? Like, even if the AI is worse, the AI has to be at least decent, right? And it has to recognize that somebody's struggling and stuff like that. But like, at least for early education or something like that, or maybe later education. I don't know. There's a place for it. This API, I don't think will make me cry too much, and then we can translate this column into the part number column, and this could be an array or a string. We'll just be super tolerant to that kind of input. So let's go ahead and do that. Manufacturer part numbers. You need lawyers for interpreting the law. I've dealt with a lot of legal issues for the past years. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, law school's intense, right? Like, I mean, yeah, for sure. Maybe AI will help people in law school, you know? Thank you. Thank you. Typo recognition. Okay, that looks pretty good. Manufacturer part numbers, JLC PCB. Yeah, okay. So now this is the... Let's see, how does this work? I think internally this project's a mess, so it is just me like stringing together what I remember, which is unfortunate. Because normally things... Because this has been written over like two years. This is like the oldest part of the code base. But set props goes to this thing, which determines where to set the prop. And we have a if condition here. So yeah, this is set props. Prop key, part number. So I think we just add a column for, we'll say manufacturer part numbers. This dot manufacturer part numbers equals prop val. So that's one way to do it. The other thing we can do is format this output as soon as it, or like make it consistent as soon as it comes in. So let's define the type for this, and then that should be easy. So somewhere at the top here. Yeah, part numbers. I wonder if part numbers is now a little bit redundant. I think I'm going to keep it because I think there's going to be like a lot of ways to specify things. Might be a mistake, but yeah. Okay, and then the format of this is kind of weird. It's like a record, and then we'll say manufacturer name to string array. I don't know where we would import manufacturer names from. Maybe I'll create a section here. Manufacturer types. Actually, I think there's like a types directory for this. Let's add it to... Just trying to think where things should go for the least number of regrets. Yeah, we have PCB properties. Let's call it a type of PCB property. Manufacturer name. So I like to define, you can use types for everything, but if you use Zod, you can do some runtime type checking. And also, I think I'm generating some documentation on this stuff. So this is what goes into the docs. I can't imagine the panicking mathematician experience when the calculator was invented. True. That's a good point. I never thought about that. I mean, calculators started really big, right? So it did take time for them to get phased out, I think. They were like mechanical honestly, they probably benefited at first, right? Also, it probably wasn't you know, this is really not a manufacturer now that I think about it. This is an assembler. But it's a part number. Yeah, okay, so manufacturer name is valid. It's a little confusing though. I'm gonna have to have a lot of stuff in here. DigiKey is also not Oh boy. I should call it supplier. Let's call it supplier. Accountants in Excel is the worst, actually, but they are still here. True. I mean, I don't know if accountants are the worst, but yeah, it's definitely. Where's all this accountant hatred coming from? We just don't like spreadsheets. We should be thanking them for taking care of our spreadsheets, I guess. PCB way. Let's see, who else? Mouser, sure. I don't know who that is. I think they're kind of big. Supplier name. Octopart isn't really a supplier. Let's call it there. So now we've got a type for that, and then I can export using z.infer. So now I have a nice TypeScript-y type. So we'll call that supplier name. We'll call this supplier part numbers. That makes me a little bit happier too, because so there's kind of like an API design rule where you should never have an unsuffixed thing next to a suffix thing, because it's like, okay, like, can I put supplier part numbers in here? I don't really know how to deal with this situation. Let me think. Because this could be the manufacturer part numbers. Manufacturer part numbers. But then you kind of also want this to be a record too. So I'm almost thinking maybe for now, I just don't do anything. I just don't worry about it. And I come back to it later. I don't know if I want to commit to an API yet. So let's just remove that for now. We'll come back to it. Sometimes it's better to be non-committal. Missing the following properties. What? Did I define this wrong? Does that mean that each key has to be defined? There's definitely a way to simplify this. Simplified version of the above. Supplier part numbers. Okay. I don't know. Maybe, is that right? I don't know. I'm going to go for it. After 5 years of professional web dev and 17 years as a hobbyist, I'm ready to move away from web dev to get more into hardware. Hell yeah. Well, you know, all those skills will be applicable on TS circuit. At some point after this hardware is done, I'm going to be like, yo, I need people to help me fill up the registry, because there's like a whole registry of, you know, basically we got to make circuits so that people have like modules they can use. Because you can install these like npm. You basically do tsci add, or you can even use npm to add them. But it's not enough right now. Obviously, it's barely functional. I don't know when that will happen, but yeah. Can't see what I shown because I have everything on my left side or right side blocked. Yeah, my face is kind of huge. So I actually have, I don't know if I should do this right now, but I just got a green screen because I was like, oh, I'll try to make my face take up less space. I was looking at Primogen, and I was like, oh, he green screens out his thing. Problem is, this will probably take me like 5 minutes. I think I need to like nail into my wall. Hopefully my landlord isn't watching the stream. I think that works. Yeah, that might take me a minute to measure out. I'm somewhat tempted. Yeah, so what I was showing earlier, there's packages on the TS circuit registry, and people can install it with TSCI or NPM. And I want to make this like big, like the NPM repository. Obviously, a big bet. And then, so once the foundation is working pretty well, what I'll start doing is building AI circuit generators, because I think it's not that hard. The code for most circuits isn't that complicated. So I'll try to populate the registry via AI. So just do it. Let's see. Have I seen this? Also, you need proper lights. Oh, do I need proper lights? What is this? This editing is great. I don't even have audio on, and I already love this editing. It's so good. I love it. You gotta be fast, you know? This is insane. Wow. That's insane. It's pretty cool. I never want to be in a situation where I have to optimize in Excel. Like I'm like, oh, that equation was too complicated, and so I need to optimize it. But it's pretty cool. Okay, so this is going to be supplier part numbers. Whoops. Sad face. I tried to be fancy and it did not work. I hope I don't need special lighting for the green screen to work. That would make me sad. Make a game engine and make Minecraft. Let's just anycast this. Supplier part numbers. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, this is where we do the output. So there's a lot of like type tossing right now. Okay, part numbers. So we're gonna not do part numbers for now. We're gonna do supplier part numbers. Which we should be able to import. Oh, maybe not. I didn't define this in Zod yet. So it's gonna be a record of supplier name to, yeah, z-array string optional. And then I think I also need to put partial there. I don't know. That might be a little sketchy. So then we'll do supplier part numbers is equal to this dot supplier part numbers. Hopefully that works. Okay, so let's run the test. Hopefully we get better results here. Nothing changed. Unused property past manufacturer part number. So I need to adjust the test. So I have this thing called ZenTab, and what it does is, oh, I also like, what am I looking at here? All right, I'm a little confused. So this is called the BOM test. I have ZenTab installed, which if I have more than 4 tabs open, it like closes tabs automatically, but it won't if I pin them. So let's keep the test up. So we're changing this to supplier part numbers. We can remove this. Okay, that seems good. And then what are we logging? We're logging it. Let's log the soup for a second and make sure that that source component comes in properly. So console.log soup dot, and we'll filter the elements to the type source component. So that way we can just make sure that that one element is properly. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's working actually. Supplier part numbers, set prop supplier part numbers. Because we should have supplier part numbers in there. So I think this is like legacy dumb stuff. Yeah, I don't want to go on a refactor quest today, but I think it's because this thing is a resistor. There's like a custom. Yeah, this is like some legacy nonsense. Source component. So it extends the component builder class, but it overrides the build thing. So I should really, really refactor this so that I'm not like repeating myself, but it's a lot to refactor. So I don't think I'm going to do that today. There is a lot of tests that should make it relatively easy, but I do not feel like doing that. So we should be able to just add it in here. Source component, supplier, part numbers. I don't know why it keeps adding this. The other thing I could do, it looks like the way this is designed, just a little all over the place. Nah, it's probably fine. I'm just gonna do what works. All right, that should do it. Okay, cool. Supplier part number is JLC PCB. It's just saying array, but I'm sure that that's what we want. Oh, and just hit an hour. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. So back in 5. Perfect. Boom. All right. Talk soon. All right, back at it. You know, coffee, like just black coffee, is super complimentary to a plain donut. And I never really appreciated that. They make fun of it so much, you know? Like police officer with the donut. Extremely complimentary. There's a lot of things that taste really, really good with coffee. It's like having a coffee donut. I didn't just eat a donut, for what it's worth. Baklava and coffee, I'd try that. That's like, yeah, I'd try that. Although a plain donut isn't really sweet. So, but I bet it's pretty good. Baklava. It's been a while since I've had a baklava. It's like, oh, is it almond? What's like what's the big thing in baklava? Honey? Pistachio or walnut? Ah, yeah, it was walnut. Yeah, I made some with the walnut. They weren't super good. The rest is cheap. Yeah, it's like some kind of thing. I forget what the doughy thing is they use. All right, baklava and coffee on the list. All right, so we're specifying supplier part numbers. They're coming through here. So we should be able to convert our soup to BOM. Actually, let's keep logging this just so we remember part 1, part 2. Also, I guess like it'd be a good idea. I don't usually do this, but I think it'd be a good idea to start doing like some little mini tests along the way just to make sure that everything is going through the system as we expect. So even if it's really basic, we can just do source component dot supplier part numbers dot JLC PCB. So source component is possibly undefined. Let's just throw a little bang in there. Should work. We also have to cast this because for some reason the type narrowing isn't always perfect. Does not exist on type source component. Should. I think this is just an issue with how I originally defined these types. So I don't know a good solution to this without refactoring. I'm really just trying to stave off refactoring. We can make an inferred type for this and then just say source component base. Should exist on that one. Oh my gosh, there's multiple source component bases? You gotta be kidding me. Oh my gosh. System is out of control. How do I want to resolve this? I think I should just start fixing a little bit of it. In this case, hopefully, this is really easy. You just do export type source component base equals source component base. Or actually, you could just say type source component base equals, which will be hopefully imported elsewhere. It doesn't want to do it. Import source component base from soup source base. Oh gosh. Oh boy. Do I have a degree in CS? I don't. I have a degree in computer engineering, which is similar, but I technically have a little bit of electrical engineering courses from one of those countries that make baklava. All right, that might have broke things, but I'm prepared to deal with the consequences of that. There's a little bit of an issue where now stuff isn't getting exported properly. Let's do this from base, source component base. Okay. Typescript kind of guiding me. Still saying it's possibly undefined now, so we can just do that. For a test, bangs are totally fine. Baklava is all over the US too, if you go to any kind of like, you know, Middle Eastern sort of restaurant. Console.log. Okay, so we can continue logging this to just understand our input output. So now we get nothing out of our BOM, which I think was expected, because I think I commented some stuff out. Oh, there's a function convert soup to BOM rows. All right, I lost the function here. What do you think about those TypeScript devs that put any all over the place? I'm one of those devs. Like, it depends on the stage of the project. Like, depending on the stage of the project, it can sometimes make sense and sometimes it can be a really bad thing. Yeah. Yeah, because like sometimes, you know, you can spend like entire days on type systems to try to get them to be perfect, or you can put an as any in. Like like when you start getting into really complex types too, like at some point you're actually smarter than the TypeScript or you have to do something that like, you know is true because of the domain details of the system, so you have to use as any. So like it's just where you do it. But I don't know, there's people who think you should never do it, but that constrains what type of system. JavaScript is incredibly versatile, and so if you're not using as any, you're probably not able to leverage all of TypeScript or JavaScript, because TypeScript isn't quite good enough to leverage all of JavaScript yet. It's close for most things. You could also argue that like if you're doing really wonky stuff in JavaScript, you probably shouldn't be, but I don't know. All right, let's try this again. I'm not going to let AI, steer the course on this one. So the comment with JLC PCB's format is the resistance. So we're going to do that. So we can say source component. Actually, don't really know where that's stored. I think it is in here. Oh boy. So this is like another place where to be TypeScript compliant, like if I say the F type is simple resistor, then I can do this. And now this type is good. I guess we can do that. But that means we have to define it for each. F type is functional type. It's like an old thing. Probably shouldn't have done acronyms so early, but I did it. I'm not going to worry about this. Resistance is going to come in as like a number. It's not going to be formatted to like, it's not going to be like 10K. It's going to be like 10,000, but I think they can probably deal with that. I don't know how hard it would be to add the SI prefix onto it. Probably wouldn't be too bad. Let's see if there's an NPM module to do that. Suffix to number. I needed to infer the suffix too. I don't want to have to deal with it. This only has 89 downloads, so don't trust it. This looks like what I want. Doesn't have that many downloads, but it looks like it works. Let's do it. Could probably write this like really quickly, but let's see, what are people saying? Unsubbed, unfollowed. Depends on where. Create a project, there's not even one type in it, then it's useless. Yeah, I agree. Don't know how to use React hooks. React hooks are pretty crazy. Or they can be pretty crazy. I mean, I don't know. Most people seem to use them pretty badly, so I don't know. This isn't typed. Or is it? Oh, it is? It isn't? It isn't. Maybe it'll still work, though. Slowly losing confidence. Okay. Format, SI. Footprint. Oh boy. The type of footprint is a string. Okay, sure. That's if somebody specifies a standard footprint via string. You can specify custom footprints, and most people probably will, so this isn't going to work most of the time. But it's good enough. Manufacturer part number columns. Where's this coming from? Oh, this is all coming from the resolved part info, which is kind of like future looking. This isn't going to exist at all, so we can't really trust it. But for footprint, that's fine, because I don't care about it. I want the manufacturer to have to deal with that. Or the assembler. I think we want to refactor this to supplier part number columns. Where do we? But we should do it over here. And this is kind of also supplier. It's kind of supplier or manufacturer. I mean, it is called an MPN, so maybe that one should stay. But we'll keep this one, supplier, part number columns. This one, also supplier. A lot of work defining this API, but I think it's the most important part. Like, if you have the right API, people will like get it. It's also just better because like it takes so many iterations to get to the right API. If you're not willing to adjust at the beginning, then you know you're gonna be stuck with a bad API. I did this rename here that I don't like. So I'm going to make this more explicit because part info is going to be like null initially. So let's just make it explicit. Also, this is not just for consistency. Part info.footprint. Yeah, it's going to be this, or if the source component has supplier part numbers defined, then we can try to convert. So convert supplier part numbers into columns. Nice long name. Or yeah, we'll have it be an empty string. I guess when you're looking at rows of a CSV, I guess it's fine. All right, we'll have it be undefined. I'm gonna skip those. All right. Let's define this function. Oh, so that's the auto function definition, and it doesn't use aliases, so that's why it's got this super long type. So this is going to be, I don't know if we have a type for this. Do we have a type for this? I know we have a type for this part. That's that's supplier name. And then we output to we can just use very explicitly the BOM row and then supplier part columns. Okay, cool. So we iterate over each supplier name. Nah, it's not right. So close, AI. It needed more hints. It never had a fair chance, so we'll give it some more hints. You know what? Actually, maybe this is close enough. So I think what I have to do is kind of like address each one. Yeah, you kind of have to address each one independently. Like each manufacturer kind of wants something a little bit different, and that's CSV. So we'll just say if we have that entry, then we'll return this. Or kind of got to merge it. So we'll say supplier part number columns, empty, give it this type. Maybe I'll say partial so it doesn't get mad. At the end, we'll return that. This does feel a little bit like shifting a bunch of code around. All right, that's my anycast. This is actually just a broken type, so I guess I should fix this properly. So this should be a partial, and that should fix it. So if it's this, then we'll say supplier part number columns, blah, 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 equals this. And we'll just take the first part. Whew. Okay. A lot of logistic hurdles. It's going to be nice when more suppliers are introduced. For now, just a lot of work for no reason. Let's delete that. You know, for now, if it's not a resistor, we're just not going to add anything. Let's just try to get our test passing for resistors. Well, I don't love it. It looks like that format SI prefix library doesn't really handle undefined resistance super well. This part looks okay. Footprint coming in blank is not ideal. We should make sure that if the footprint is defined in the test, then that works. So we'll add some stuff to make the test a little bit better. So we'll say footprint 0805. That's a standard footprint. What else could we correct here? Resistance 10K. I kind of want to fix that nan not a number case first, because that was kind of annoying. So the only way to fix that is to say source.component resistance not equal to undefined. I almost kind of want this to be a utility string because this is going to be done a lot. So we'll just do a quick utility function for it. Let's do it at the bottom. So function, let's say it's a little filthy, but let's just do SI. It's a little, it's a bit much, but we'll say this can be undefined or null if v is equal to null or v is equal to undefined. We're going to return an empty string, and otherwise we're going to return format SI v. I feel like that's a little clean because we're going to call this function like a million times if we really go through, if we're really iterating through each f type. Okay, so it's saying number with units. I think this type is kind of wrong. This should already be converted to a number at this point in time. So, oh boy. I don't want to fix the underlying type. I might break more stuff. It's not a, it says it's a number with a unit, but it's not actually a number with a unit. I'm just going to have this be a little bit more forgiving. Yeah, okay. Cool. So didn't register the footprint, but at least it didn't throw nan in there. So we did fix the nan thing. So let's add a 10K resistor and see how it comes through. Okay. Oh, no, is that right? The resistance, I think this is a bug actually. The resistance should be converted into a proper number at this point, I think. Let's check the docs. Everything is broken, always. All right. Source resistor, that's what we want. It does say it can be a string. I don't know why. Wait, do all of these say that? Ah, that's got to be a mistake. Oh boy, I don't know about that. So to convert these, I think it's a bug that it's a string when you're looking at it. It's a little annoying. I don't know. But at the same time, for display purposes, you would want it to be a string. Or would you? Should the thing displaying automatically handle it? I don't think it should actually, because somebody might say like, oh, 100 microfarad or 1,000 microfarad. You would want to keep that representation. You wouldn't want to reformat it to something else. So I guess it's fair that it stays a string to some extent. So I think I'm going to try to find the function that converts all of these into, yeah, I've got this convert units thing here. So I can probably just try to cut out this convert function. It's a little bit of effort, but I think I can do it. So we'll cut out the unit conversion function, and then we'll run it. Although, do I really care? Hold on, let's think about this again. If it's already a string, I can just return it as is. So maybe I don't need it. Maybe I'm overthinking this a little bit. Soup to BOM, or BOM CSV index, or something like that. Yeah. If it's already a string, we don't do anything. So let's say if type of v is equal to string, just return as is. That'll sometimes return ohms and stuff like that, but we'll deal with that later. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we're coming in as 10K finally. Supplier part numbers, that's good. Footprint is not coming through. I don't know how much I care about that. It should be coming through though. Maybe not. Maybe that's normal for it not to come through. Oh no, it's loading part info.footprint. And the footprint isn't here. It might be in the... Let's log out the soup, our underlying data structure here, and see if the footprint is anywhere inside of it. PCB component. I think like each footprint should be able to have a display name. Yeah, like a footprint standard name. At the same time, I don't know if I trust the user to do it. So maybe I leave it blank for now, and we just hope the supplier or assembler is able to figure it out. Really putting a lot of work onto them. Okay, so now we have the BOM rows. We're saying that that's good enough. So we can do a quick smoke test on it. What would be a good thing to smoke test out? We could check that it has, say, 0 dot supplier part number columns. Whoops. And then this JLC PCB part number. Could actually do, we could check that it's equal to the value we set. See something, yeah. Object is possibly undefined. Does that work? Okay. Let's try it. Cool. All right. Still got a lot of logging. Let's get rid of that. Okay, the last step is to convert it into a CSV. So take those BOM rows and make them into a CSV. And then we also have to figure out how to do this for everything that's not just a resistor. It shouldn't be too complicated. It's going to be a little bit redundant. But yeah, I could probably make it not so bad, but it's going to be hard to mess with the type system to make the type system happy. Sometimes it's better to have a happy type system than to not be, be afraid of writing a lot of code. I'm keeping this all in the same file so that the AI can behave better. When I isolate into multiple files, the AI doesn't always know what's going on because it can't pull in the context properly. So we'll say convert BOM rows to CSV. Perfect. I'm going to import Papaparse so that it has that context. And let's see if it can do it. Okay, so, whoops. Use papa.unparse to convert the BOM row to a CSV string. Nah, man. So I got to say with proper handling of supplier part number columns. How do I request changes? With proper handling of I don't feel like it nailed this, but it got close enough. You can tell when the AI generates the code because it never picks up on the underscore convention. Which really means I should probably switch it up, but eventually I'll have an ESLint thing that just fixes all this, but yeah. So for this one, I feel like it's overcomplicating it a little bit. You can just spread this. And then these ones I'm not going to care about for now. Let's try it out. So CSV string is equal to convert BOM rows to CSV, BOM rows. We'll just log that for now. Yeah, looks good. Okay. And then my smoke test for that, my sanity check will just be an includes with that part number. And we don't need t.pass because we actually did some checking. All right, that's it for the BOM CSV string. Let's commit that. So support for BOM CSVs. All right. Okay, so next up, we've got the BOM converting. To make the full circuit, I wonder if I should just start on the full circuit and then see how far I get before something gets blocked. The 555 timer circuit is pretty simple. I already did out most of it. I just need to change the footprint, I think. 555 timer. Oh no, that's what you import. I think it's like example circuit, maybe. 2 weeks ago, demo video. It's gonna be that one. Yeah, this is the 555 timer circuit. So it's just a couple resistors. This is gonna be the trickiest one. I need something that can hold a battery. Usually when you're placing a battery, you use a like if you want an SMD battery holder, you usually use a coin cell battery. I have to look at the original. Let's see. I need to. I kind of just. I can't remember where I got. Also, I don't know what's going on here. Why this isn't connecting, but that's kind of annoying. Yeah, something changed in the format. Anything from like 2 weeks ago isn't rendering in the PCB. It just has to be republished. But I think this one was all fully routed too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, might as well go for it. If I wanted to be very preemptive, what I need to add support for is this component is a what is this? Let's see. It's a battery which I import, so I gotta go find that package. So it's just 2 ports. If I had a power supply, I could just like use it, but I don't have I don't even have a power supply here right now. I could probably get a power supply instead of like messing around with batteries, because batteries are annoying. But it's harder to hold up something that's connected to a power supply, so I probably do need a battery. The battery is a completely custom component. So how would this be converted? I think in this case the component. Okay, so all right. I think I have a decent understanding of what we need to do. So let's see. I think I might already have an issue for manufactured circuit. I just want to make a checklist. Let's call it first assembled circuit. So the BOM CSV generator needs to support We need capacitor. We already added resistor. Capacitor. We have a bug in there. That's the 555 timer. That's going to be represented with a bug. And then the battery is a component. So component. So I think that's like a that's kind of like the raw underlying thing if you need something custom. So we have to support all three of these. What else? I think the CLI should have an export function / should be able to do it from the UI. Yeah, that might be it. Need to find coin cell battery in-house parts of some supplier. Say coin cell battery and 555 timer. They're always going to have resistors and capacitors. That's a given. But the battery I'm really not sure about, actually. So let's check it out. Coin cell battery holder. Let's actually ask ChatGPT for a sec here. Let's see if ChatGPT knows. What's a common SMD component for a coin cell battery holder? It'd also be really cool if I had a switch on this. So we should also find a switch, because then I wouldn't have to like take out the battery to avoid like, you know, it running out of power. I need a part number. A part number for ordering via EG GLC PCB. All right. It's not going to help me out. I'm going to have to do this high effort startup idea, component search with AI that just gives me popular stuff. Usually my problem is finding stuff that's popular. I don't want to use anything that like people don't use or is going to be uncommon or something like that. All right, let's sort by stock. Oh, this one's got a lot. What is this? Not that. Oh man, that back button is not so good. Let's see. Battery holders, clips, and contacts. That sounds pretty good. This does look correct, and it has nothing in stock, so maybe we ignore it. I don't trust the back button anymore. Battery connectors. I kind of want to just filter to SMD. Battery base SMD. I mean, that looks pretty good. New tab. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. It's exactly what I want, and it's in stock. All right, that's our guy. Let's find a switch too. I should start recording this. Okay, so coin cell battery holder. Okay, we got that guy. The 555 timer from earlier, I did not record. So also need to find that, but I think I sorted that out because I just need to know the secret word, which is any 555. Wait a second. That looks great. That's like a normal looking footprint too. It's not wide or anything. That looks awesome. Is this... Oh. Yeah, I'm not saying no. All right, another startup. Translation for data sheets. It's probably something that does that. Manufacturer, GR. I think GR maybe is not the right manufacturer. It's a dip 8 timer. Let's try this one. There we go. Hey, all right. Exact equivalent in most cases. I'll take it. Yeah, that's awesome. When it's in, I'll admit it. I have a soft spot for English data sheets. I have a soft spot. I have a bias. I'll admit it. By the way, I forgot about this. They have this thing called Easy EDA, which is their online circuit software. Oh, I guess it's not online. I guess you do have to download it. I thought it was online. Every EDA software has 3D now, except me. But I don't know how much people... I mean, I guess people use 3D. I think it's great for like mounting holes and stuff, but... Yeah, I guess you want to know the height of things. Can I get a link to this? I want to link to it. Okay, maybe not. Oh boy. Nothing to click on. I have the part number. All right, let's see if we can get a page link to this. I have no idea why there's nothing I can click on. I feel like I clicked on it earlier. Also, very difficult to navigate here. Okay, so parts. I don't know, man. There we go. Is this good enough as a URL to refine this? Perfect. All right, we got our 555 timer. We just had to do some creative searching. Okay. Got our 555 timer. Let's find a switch. That's like the last piece of the equation. A little switch. I don't know why I'm still using the search tool. I don't trust it. What's a common SMD physical switch? Part number. I doubt it's going to work after its response last time. Oh, hey, look at that. TL3301, you know? Thank you, ChatGPT. Thank you. The risk of building a startup and like trying to have it be ChatGPT but specialized in some way is you never know if ChatGPT is just going to get good enough where they just have the knowledge. All right, there's a ton of these. Let's see. Nah, see, that's I need a toggle switch. Oh, none of these are toggle switches, are they? Damn. Okay. It's really, really hard to see that image, but I'm pretty sure it's not a toggle switch. Let's edit this. Physical toggle switch. Try again. Round 2. Wow, did it again. TS3A. Wow, damn. It really knows its switches. Wait a second. I feel like that's not the switch I want. It says QFN and stuff like that. Ugh. How hard can it be to find a switch? Can I navigate to this? Like if I just click around? I feel like it should be very easy. Key/switch. Dip switches. Push switches. Rocker. Slide. Toggle. Confidence building. go by stock. Okay, this is huge. Very fun to use, not so easy to place. Let's see. Again, another huge toggle switch. Let's filter to SMD. These images are impossible. Gotta hit apply. Oh, none of these look like they're SMD. Even though they say they're SMD. It's all a lie. I mean, maybe that's SMD. If you have it in an enclosure, that's like making sure nobody rips it off. But you can rip off, you know, switches pretty easily. There's no stock of any of these either. What the heck? Sad. Man, Mac. The thing is I know Macrofab has like these little toggle switches. You need them all the time. I'm just squinting at these little screenshots to see if anything resembles a small switch. They have so many switches. I guess their stock kind of sucks for a lot of these, so. All right. Point taken. What's a slide switch? Maybe this is, yeah, this is what I wanted. I don't know why it's not considered a toggle, but let's filter this to SMD. Yeah, let's see if that 300 results. Sort by stock. Oh, this is it. I can feel it already. This is the one. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. That's all I wanted. That's my switch. Whoops. I think my browser crashed, but I captured the URL, so. That would have been tough to find because I don't think history would have worked. Toggle switch. Oh, it didn't copy. Oh. All right. Oh, pain. SMD. Is that the guy? I think that's the guy. It's popular enough. Oh, somehow I have tabs back. Not going to question it. Maybe they were there all along. Okay. So those are the main components. Resistors and capacitors should be easy to find. CLI should have export function, BOM CSV. So let's do support for this because I was just working on that stuff. Should make life pretty easy. For the next stage. Adding to the UI is going to take a hot second, but it's doable. It's doable. Oh, I lost my my chat here. Here we go. Nice. All right, those are found. Let's do it. The only thing changing about this is the coming in the value, and these are always equal. So I wonder if I can kind of have, trying to make this code as short as possible. So maybe I can do like let comment string equal nothing, and then if simple resistor in source component comment equals this. That should narrow the type. Hmm. We could say, oh, the issue is source if source component dot f type is equal to simple resistor, right? Then we're going to add the comment, and we just do this for capacitor, capacitance, and then we've kind of handled that. Let's say comment and value is comment. Can we remove this? I think we can remove this then, because everything else is going to be generically available. Is that going to work? Let's try it. So instead of, let's say, instead of changing this whole test up, let's keep this test. We'll call it the resistor. Resistor test, and then we'll do another one that does everything else. So test, say variety. And let's change these names. Okay, so this one is our Biram Rose resistor. And then in this one, we'll say variety. Is that right? No, I got mixed up. Variety, resistor. Okay, let's unpin this guy. And maybe quick check to make sure we didn't break the resistor test. Cool. Okay. Now we can try the variety test. It should pass initially, but we're going to add a bunch of different stuff to this. So you do everything we said we were going to do. We have to add a capacitor. Looks good. Same part number for some reason. Yeah, we have to, you can't add a PCB component directly, but I think you can add a generic component builder. Ooh, but this autocomplete is not helping me out. I'll figure out how to do that in a minute. But we do need to add a bug. I think I need a good example of how to build a bug not in React. Let's see. Do we have a bug? Yeah, there we go. We can just copy this over. Looks kind of similar to a 555 timer. It's got 6 pins. This is using kind of an older syntax. So we could make it use the new syntax, bring in port arrangement over here. We'll keep the label port. Technically, you can do that in a different way, but it's fine. Looks okay, too. It's a okay syntax. Let's see. You know, we can use the same part numbers we're using here. Why not? Oh, this didn't work? What? Our perfect Korean 555 timer. Oh, it works if you research it. Well, now I have an actual page for it. For some reason, I wasn't able to get the page before. I don't know what was going on. All right. Okay, so we'll use the real part number here. capacitor, resistor. I don't care so much about those. For the footprint, that's going to be auto-derived. 0805, that's fine. Okay, we're going to remove all the smoke tests here. I forget what that bug was. Don't need that. So we're just going directly to CSV. Let's log the CSV, make sure it looks right. And then we have to add support for custom component. But I think custom component is going to work okay. Okay, so did not work for capacitor or simple bug. You can see we're missing the part number. So let's add that. There's a pretty easy test here. We could say test that CSV string includes each of the part numbers for each of these guys. So maybe I'll change the resistor or the capacitor part number, just that. Oh, it did change it. It incremented it by 1, the AI. So let's make sure it has each of those. I kind of like to do t.truthy where you can. Okay. Also, sometimes when it fails, it's nice. Has resistor part number. Has capacitor part number. Now we'll see explicitly what failed. See something? Uh-oh, help me out. Oh my gosh. C59. Wow, it doesn't want to autocomplete it for me. It's gonna make me copy. Has the bug part number. Okay. Okay, so we're missing the capacitor part number as set up here. It looks weird to see 10U without the F, the farad thing. But yeah, 10 micro. Let's figure out why that part number isn't coming through. Source component.supplier part numbers. Oh, this is because the capacitor builder also has a custom old code. So wherever we create the source component right here, we just need to pass through the supplier part numbers. We found a reference to public code in a recent suggestion. Is it my code? I've never seen that before. It's kind of interesting. I think it's my code though. All right, so we did it for capacitor. The bugged builder, I guess, also needs it. That autocomplete is killing me. Keeps throwing in this in random places. All right, nice, working. So I guess that's that check gone. Boom. We didn't do component. We did do bug capacitor. I think it'll work for component. We can find out in practice. All right, so I think we're off to the UI code. Let me make sure that this is exported from the builder so that it can be used in the UI project. So this is going to be an index file. Its indexes all the way down. There's our index file. Yeah, so export star from BOM CSV. And then also we're going to need the pick in place to tell the machine how to put these things down. So I'll export that too. And then let's commit that. So what did we do? Bug and capacitor support for BOM gen. Added BOM and pick in place to exports. Okay. The reason I'm typoing is because it's like 65 degrees in here, which is just like a little bit too cold for my hands. Optimal coding temperature, 72. 72 for sure. Unless you're really into it. Maybe take it down just a little bit if you're in the zone. All right, let's see. So off to the UI, assuming that there's no type errors or anything else that would prevent this from building. So let's check for type errors. There are some type errors. Resistor builder. All right, let's just go look at it. Okay, down here. Oh, this would be a problem for the pick and place. I'm pretty sure this has to do with not having like some details about the placement. So we'll add the center. PCB position does not exist. It's probably footprint dot position. This code is from some, like, we've done this before. Oh, maybe we haven't. There's got to be some code that handles this. And I want that to be consistent. Resistor builder. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe in the component builder. Yeah, this one handles it properly. I feel like I should make life a little bit easier and isolate this out so I'm not repeating myself like 10 times in all this custom code. But all this custom code is going to go away. Oy. How to avoid refactoring for as long as possible. I'm just going to copy it for now. Type system is good. That's what matters. The new way to define these things is a lot simpler. You just like have these configuration functions and you just supply the custom parts in each configuration function. But that was a decision made too late. But I probably will do it pretty soon. Okay. Okay. All right, that's got to be most of them. Let's look for type issues. No type issues. Let's commit that. Fix type issues. So hopefully that triggers a release. We'll watch the GitHub action. tscircuit/builder. There's our GitHub action. So hopefully all these pass. While those are passing, another bathroom break. GitHub never updates these things. Like, it's like they have such a great UI and then it just doesn't work. I bet it's all done. Yeah, it's all done. We did test fail. But it's just a snapshot. This is why snapshots are bad. Like, none of these are actually broken. So we'll do npx ava-u to update our snapshots, do a quick inspection of the difference, and then we're good to go. Yeah, it looks fine. Okay. Snapshots can be a lifesaver if you're doing a big refactor, though. Fix snapshot tests. Whoops. Got to repull because it auto pushed a new version number out. Sometimes I wish those would resolve automatically with Git, but it's fine. All right. So the last version released was 1.5.59. So that's what we're going to update the CLI to. Going to close out this project. Go into the CLI project, which also contains the development server. Open that guy up. And let's see, what else do we need to do? I wonder... Let's go to this example basic resistor, my circuit. And then let's add the supplier part numbers here. I guess that's fine. Maybe we give it a real resistor. So let's find our resistor. I would love an AI for this. You know, it should really just be a like ask and receive kind of situation. That would be a fun like little OpenAI plugin to build, right? I think they have a store for this. You'd have to get all this data first, but it shouldn't be too bad. It's 4 million rows. Maybe later this week, because this has been pretty annoying. Okay, so we want a chip resistor. I'm going to try to use bigger ones, 0805s. 0805s aren't that big, but like they're not like super teeny tiny. They're 0805 is like the smallest size I usually want to hand solder. So it's a nice in between. 1205s or 1206s, those are okay. Those are easy to hand solder, I would say. But let's sort by stock. Oh, also we need a variety of different resistors, but let's just do 10K for our example resistor here. Whoops. I think I might have cleared it. Nope. Okay. This is the one that's highest in size. This is unbelievable. How do you only have 4,000 of like resistor in stock? I don't know. I don't trust any of this. I think they would figure it out. Okay, there's our part number. So it's saying it doesn't, that this prop is undefined. So that's like a super small thing that doesn't block us in any way, but we have to go to the React Fiber project and add it as a known property to our React Fiber layer. So I'll do that really quickly. Since it's on every component, I'll add it to common layout. Ooh, yeah, common layout. I'll add it to PCB position, even though it's not. I shouldn't add it to PCB position. I'll say BOM props And then we'll add supplier part numbers record. I gotta import. I don't know if I exported the types properly. Let's hope that in the builder I exported the types properly. We'll have to update the builder too. So ideally I can use all the stuff I defined over there, but I don't know if it actually got exported properly. B.supplier. All right, we'll go back. This is the downside of having multiple modules. The upside is like your complexity is contained. Like each code base has a different level of quality, and I can like kind of keep it. Like I know that this one's gonna get refactored or whatever, or anything. So we export everything out of BOM CSV. We also export everything out of the soup. I think for this kind of type, it's gonna be part of the soups. So yeah. So we just have to add the export here for supplier name. That's good enough. We can use supplier name to derive the rest of this type. So that should do it. Fix export supplier name. Done deal. Easy peasy. So eventually we'll have the ability to do record or partial record, b.supplier name, and then string array or string. It should really be or string. Debating a little bit here where I want to convert this. It should be converted at the set props of the builder. It's more ergonomic. Component builder, supplier, part numbers. Yeah, so basically I think at this point key of, or we could say supplier name of prop val or in. Let's throw an error if it's not an object. Okay, so supplier part numbers is not an object. So that should narrow the type, maybe. It's still saying it's unknown. Okay, so it likes that. It just doesn't like the early val. Okay, so let's go through each supplier. We could make it additive. It's kind of weird, but supplier part numbers. Nah, it's probably bad practice to make it additive. Okay, so supplier part numbers, SPNs. Type of this dot supplier part numbers for supplier name, SPNs supplier name is equal to prop val supplier name if so say supplier val equals, yeah, basically just converting these string arrays over, but it's kind of annoying, especially the naming is starting to get really bad because of this prop val prop key thing, but can you do? So if it's a string, we do one thing. If it's an array or anything else, we do another thing. So if it's a string, we're going to make it an array. There we go. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. Let's find out. But otherwise, that should make it so that you can specify part numbers as... We can actually make a little test for that. So in our resistor here, let's just specify it like this, because this is so much more natural. If you only have one component that it maps to... Oh, it's complaining now. So that didn't work. Good thing we tested it. So I'm assuming it gets here. Oh, it's because this needs to be SPNs. Nice. Cool. And I think I left a console.log in that test. So let's get rid of that too. Console.log. Or I left it in the other test. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Easy peasy. Okay. Fix, allow supplying single part number as string. I kind of want it so that whenever people are using TS circuit, if they just kind of go with their intuition, it's going to work. If they understand kind of like the principles, how the API was designed. So like, you know, if you only have a single part number, your intuition is kind of just give the string. All right, so that's going to publish a new version. Now we need to update the React fiber. So let's go to the React fiber project here. We're going to have common layout. Also extend BOM props. And then it's saying that supplier name isn't defined. Probably because of an old version of the builder. So let's see if we update the builder. I like to do at latest just to double triple check that we're getting the latest version here. Okay, now it's found. Cool. Okay. So that should automatically update anything so that you can now specify supplier part numbers on it, basically on any object, which means that the CLI project should fix itself. So let's commit that up. That's also going to need to take some time to publish. So fix, add support for supplier part numbers. It's a little annoying to have the redundant types, but I like it because if you have like this file is pretty simple. And so people can look at this and understand what's going on in the React world. You know, it'll eventually also be where all the camel case stuff converts into snake case stuff. So nobody has to deal with that boundary. For now, it's a little bit easier to just have everything be snake case, but eventually that'll change. Shut some windows because we don't need them. Actually, we're publishing a lot of stuff right now, so maybe I just check up on that. Make sure everything published. Okay, so 1.5.60, that's released. That's easy to remember. Then React Fiber, it did not publish. Probably a type issue. Yeah, some kind of type issue. I think it's because maybe I didn't make it optional. Yeah, it should be optional. Yeah, some tests just saved me. Oh, actually, what's going on here? Oh, interesting. This might be from the builder upgrade. Project builder is not assignable to group builder. Types of property add are not compatible. Render manual. Render manual is an old thing. So I think I'm just going to any cast this and not worry about it. This is when I was trying to not use the React Fiber layer because it took me a while to figure out how to use React Fiber. Okay, this is in render though, and I think render is a real function, so it's probably important. I'm going to anycast that for now. Probably important to worry about. Host config. Let's see if I can figure it out very briefly. Host config container. Container equals group builder. and it said group builder is not compatible with project builder. That's probably true. I'm gonna let that be for now. It's not particularly complicated, React Fiber, at the end of the day. Okay, so fix, type issues. That was a very lazy fix, but that part's not super complicated. If I messed up a subtle type there, I don't think it'll matter. All right. So that should be the last thing I have to do with React Fiber. Should be able to go back to the CLI. I've got a lot of terminal things open here. There's a lot going on. Let me just clear this out briefly. All right. Okay. Clean terminal, CLI. Let's make sure React Fiber gets published so that I can update all the versions and know. Yeah, okay, 1.034. So let's go ahead and update everything. This one's at 60. React Fiber is at 1.034. I don't think I could have done this project without so many modules. It's really, really difficult to keep things sorted if you don't have a ton of modules to like kind of contain the complexity and let different code bases get more or less mature, get more reliable, right? Because if your tests are failing like for everything, it's like, you know, you just kind of assume the whole project can be bad or is bad or something like that. But if your tests are only failing in one place, that's like, you know, in one module, you know, you're like, oh, I can go to the previous working version or whatever. Things might be compatible with that version. So good module boundaries, they help when things get too complex. I think this project is complex. Maybe other people would argue, you know, you're scratching the surface. I don't think so, though. I think it's pretty crazy. This example project has its own dependencies on these things. I don't know why. I think it's because in a real world example project, you would like have a, you know, whatever. It's emulating it, but let's just update those anyway. And we're fixed. And it's kind of cool too, because I can't even specify a manufacturer that's not supported. So pretty cool. Okay, so we've got the supplier part numbers in here. So in theory, we should be able to export now both a pick and place file and a BOM from the UI of this project. So let's run the UI, and then I'll upload this example project to the UI. And everything should work. I'm debating how I want to show this given my screen real estate here. I think I'll do this configuration. Which is kind of bad for coding, but I don't know what else to do. I can move the file window way out just so that my head is never in the way, but I don't know. Okay. So we've already got some stuff loaded. I kind of want to clear this out. So let's restart this. Let's go into the TS circuit directory and just delete it, actually. So we have a totally clear project now. It's a little weird that it errors out. Hopefully that's not a problem. I don't know if that'll be a problem. Let's find out. I should be able to upload this project now. So we'll say dev server or TSCI2 dev server. It's like a local system alias just to make it easier to call that file, this directory. Okay, we uploaded some stuff. None of that errored, so I think it'll work. There's our resistor. So now we should be able to go to export. And bill of materials is good. Net list. We don't have the pick and place here, so we'll want to add the pick and place. So what's going to happen is this export dialog is going to open for each of these and allow you to export. So let's get to it. I think I'll need some new export dialogues in the UI. So let's get there's a bunch of things to do. So maybe I do each one separately in its own stage rather than do it front to bottom. We'll see how it looks. Where is that Gerber diagram? Front end dialogues, Gerber export dialog. Wondering how reusable this is. If I copy and paste, will I regret it, or should I do some refactoring right now? Some of this is like open dialog, close dialog. That stuff definitely seems like something you would reuse. But the rest is it's a little bit specific. At the same time, this export diagram, it's pretty standard, I think. Yeah, let's make an export dialog component. So we'll say generic export dialog. So this to me looks like kind of like an array that you give it, except for maybe the output name that's going to be consistent. Export name won't be. Actually, no, this will be consistent. Status, that'll be consistent. Yeah, this whole part will be consistent, now that I think about it. It'll always be there, no matter the dialogue. So this part changes, this part changes. What this does when you hit export changes. Okay. So let's rename this. We'll call this generic export dialog. And then up here, we'll say use generic export dialog. That's fine. You're always going to load in the active package example. That's the thing you're exporting. So this part is a little different. So we'll say export file name. Yeah. This will be a prop to the hook. So I use like smart hook style dialogues. So instead of creating a dialog component, you create a hook. Because what that lets you do is like embed a lot of controls that you wouldn't normally be able to embed, and then the hook returns a component that you can place. So it ends up being much shorter code for the consumer. So I think it's a cool technique. It has a lot of problems, or there's a lot of foot guns with re-rendering if you do it wrong. But when it works great. Yeah, it even gives you a warning like, hey, don't return components. I think that's what that warning's about. Okay, so export name I don't really like as a word now. Can easily be confused. So we'll call this the TS the TS circuit export name. And then even the export file name here is really more of an export file. It's not the full file name because we're always going to append the project in the export. It's more like the export file like component name. Nah, that's kind of a bad. Export file. It's like Gerber's, so it's kind of like export file. It's kind of like a type name, file type name. Ugh. Because file type is already a well understood thing. It's not really a suffix either. File purpose name. I'll say file purpose name. Export file purpose name. Ugh. It's not the best. I'm rolling with it. I'm gonna leave it be, but I really don't like it. All right, export Typescript export name. Why is this called export name here? It's just a lot of. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I get the idea, but I think it makes it more confusing. This is also really the input file path. So we'll call this, let's refactor this to input file path. And then this one, Typescript. Or we could say example export name. Example. Lots of overloaded words. Lee. All right. Also, I guess in TypeScript land or in React land, we're going to try to use camel case until the ESLint rules are in. I'm kind of guessing. All right, looks pretty good. So now there's all this stuff around the export request being a request for Gerbers when you create it. Should export Gerber zip, stuff like that. So that's going to have to be rewritten. I think this whole try catch is all about exporting. So we will just comment that out for now, and we'll get to it later. Okay. The other thing is the dialog title and all that. So add dialog title, dialog description, or subtitle, really. Yeah, we'll do dialog description. That's fine. Dialog title, string, dialog description, string. Cool. All right, makes sense to me. We could definitely add more to these hooks, but the secret of hook components is that you want to add as little as possible. Usually those things only change on open, so you can just do open. We're missing some attributes, so we're going to add those. Where did it add them? Oh, it added them here. Let's add these to the top. Okay, these will also be props to the hook. Dialog title, string. Dialog description. Okay. Cool. I feel pretty good about that. So let's try opening up our generic export dialog from the file menu, if we can find that, navigation menu. All right, let's just look for the use Gerber export dialog, wherever that is. Okay, cool. So it's in this header menu. Okay, so then we can add, we'll do the pick and place. So pick and place, export dialog. Use generic. Eventually we'll have a specific hook for this, but for now, this is fine. We need to import this. Dialog description. Pick in place, file. Cool. And then export file purpose, we'll call it PNP. I think that's fair. Looks pretty good. So usually all the dialogues are at the bottom of the file. Just drop them in. I don't know why this is surrounded like that. It shouldn't need to be. Yeah. PNP export dialog.component. And then we need to call, so there's like Gerber's.open dialog or something like that. Gerber something. There's going to be a dot open. Somewhere. Am I wrong? Open dialog. There we go. Open dialog. So we'll do the same thing, but in a new menu item for pick in place. So pick in place CSV. Whoops. So that should open our dialog. Nice. Okay, so dialog title isn't coming through, but everything else did. pnp.zip. The .zip file format is wrong. Maybe we can use file name, and because I almost think it's, let's just use export file name. And then we'll include the suffix because I think it's too confusing otherwise. Although, you know, maybe sometimes in the dialog you configure it. So probably optional parameter later. Or you know, there's a couple ways to solve that problem. I'm not going to worry about it for now. But the thing that's kind of annoying is we're not getting the dialog title here. So I think that's what I want to immediately address. Dialog title, dialog. Yeah, they're not used. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that should fix that. Nice. Export pick in place. Export the pick in place for this package. I don't really like that text too much. Place. CSV for this example export. You can upload this to a manufacturer or to a assembler. An assembler PCBA to tell their machines where to place each component. Okay, cool. All right, that's that. So the last part of the use generic export dialog is we need to like give it what to do when the export button is clicked, some kind of promise returning function that does it. So I'll do that when I come back. Probably gonna grab a quick bite because it's noon over here. So BRB, back in 5. Oh, maybe commit changes first. I feel like that was decent progress and the project is still usable. Let's do a new branch just for keeping things pretty safe. So we'll say assembly exports. Whip assembly exports generic diagram or dialog. Cool. And we'll create a draft PR. Perfect. All right, back in 5. Pretty excited for this green screen. All right. Whew, Mondays are tough, you know? I did a bunch of hiking this weekend, and I'm like very tired from it. But you know, you gotta show up and do stuff. All right. So, file, export, pick and place, and we want this to do things, and then we're gonna export out into its own thing. So pretty easy from here. We just need to. It's gonna be either one or two functions. I think it's gonna be one. I think you need to give it the export parameters, and then this part can all be contained within. Yeah, I think everything else is handled. It's a fairly generic export process. So let's uncomment this, and then we'll just make export parameters the thing that you pass in. So export parameters, and we don't have a type for this on the client side, unless I try to import the Zod type, which might work from the server. It might work. That's kind of the premise of TRPC. So let's see if it works. Oh, I don't think so. Oh, maybe. Let's see, dev server API, source, lib, Zod, export parameters. Kind of looks like it'll work. Ooh, it didn't like it. Maybe it liked it. It's pretty cool if I can import these. I'm gonna give it a type export as well. Okay. This would be cool to alias out in our TS config, so it's a little easier since it apparently works. Maybe we alias it out. So we have this paths thing here. So it'd be cool if we said, I don't know, server goes to up a directory and then dev server. I don't know if, did I have to go into source? So maybe we go into source too. I am suspicious that this will work, but we can try it. From server. Oops. Oh man, my hands are cold. I'm gonna have to turn on some heat. Server slash, it's kind of not working. Which I think I edited the wrong TS config. So let's try that again inside of the front end project. It's like 3 projects kind of bundled together. So this architecture is a little weird, but I don't regret it. It's like these will all be separate projects eventually, so it's fine. Yeah, I think I can type faster with some heat. I can turn the heat. All right. Cool. All right. So let's see if this works. Server slash. Still doesn't want to give me that autocomplete. Let's restart the TS config. This is theoretically what the export path should be if this works. Server slash star. Oh, it's dev server API. Oh my gosh. TS config really needs like autocompletes for this kind of stuff. Dev server API should be up one directory. I think that should work. Go, go, go. Cannot find. I always mess around with this for like the longest time. Sometimes I go into ChatGPT and ChatGPT is usually can solve it for me, but I don't know if it's worth it. I'll just suffer through this long export path here for a minute. It's pretty annoying though. I think it should work. You know what I'm gonna try? I think you might need a star there too. Is that it? Oh, that's totally it. I'd bet on it. Let's go. Ah! All right, fine. No, it's totally working. Hold on. Live, Zod. There we go. All right, yeah. Cool. Perfect, perfect. That's much better. I don't know where this $ thing comes from. I don't know if that's a normal convention. Oh, you know what people do? They don't do $, they do @ They do @ server. That's the thing. I gotta fit in. Oh, my hands are so cold. All right. Let's see. What do we got? File, export, pick and place. And then, yeah, right. So now we have the export parameters, which you can specify. I think those actually have to be required. And then export parameters. That should fix our type issue. That red dot should go away. Nice. Okay. So, yeah, that's basically it. Header menu. Over here, we're going to give it export parameters. And then in that export parameters file, we're going to need to make it so we have a should export PNP zip or CSV. I don't know if yeah, we might as well. Okay, so seems a little bit silly to have to provide this name all the time. I'm gonna see how it goes without. Oh no, we do want to provide the name because Gerber Zip is a super lame name. You need the project or whatever. So we need to either take the project name or is it PNP CSV file name? And the default will be pnp.csv. And now we can do should export PNP CSV true. And then PNP file name. This one I would like to be auto-derived inside of the export dialog if possible. That's a little bit tricky though. So when we go to export, we could do this. Export parameters, and then PNP file name can be export parameters.pnp CSV file name, or what's it giving me? Export, yeah, export file name. Perfect. this also only applies if you're actually exporting a... I mean, I guess it's fine to have there, but... should really be like if... I'm going to do some bad stuff and actually mutate this object. Now I can use this cool operator, though. And we'll say export parameters. I'm still at it. Fit in with the cool kids, exactly. You got to use the tsconfig paths that allow you to... This has really been my lifetime, philosophy, is to fit in. You need to use the same tsconfig paths as the as common open source or commercial libraries. And I've been following that path, but it hasn't gotten me the social status maybe I was looking for. But, you got to keep trying. Hate the game, right? Not the player. Not the player. So the game is standardized tsconfig paths parameters. All right, what are we missing? Should export Gerber zip. So we just need to make that optional. It really should already be optional because it has a default, but that's fine. That's cool. We'll just make it so that that's super, super explicit. You're still mad. Okay, I think I see the problem. So there's a difference between input and output with Zod. Oops. My biggest problem with, I like this theme is, I think this is the VS Code theme. I can never tell what tabs are highlighted. It has like the most subtle color difference, and I have no idea how to configure that really small thing. Yeah, I don't like semicolons. I don't think cool kids use semicolons. Yeah, all my projects have no semicolons at the end of file names. That's my only prettier modification. It's so much visual clutter just for a couple edge cases that can be addressed in a different way. I don't know, cool kids. People do use, yeah. Right, so for the export parameters, there's two. I think what I'll do is create a new type, export parameters input, and then we'll use z.input to derive the type for that. And then in our use generic export dialog, we will take the input export parameters. Change your theme, why bother? I don't know what to change it to. Yeah, because like, yeah, you can cycle through themes for a while. I like this theme except for that one thing, I don't know. Export parameters input. Export parameters input versus input export parameters. I'm not sure. Let me think. I think I'm using the default VS Code theme. They should just do better on that selected tab thing. I do have bearded theme, set color theme. What am I using currently? I'm worried to mess with this. I'm concerned. It might throw me off. Seti Manokai. Yeah, I've heard that. I've never tried to say that out loud. Seti Manokai? Monokai. Final answer. Let's see if it's in here. We have Monokai Black. So this has the same problem. I can't tell what tab is highlighted. My eyes might suck. Granted, I don't think I'm using exactly what you said, but it's possible that none of these bearded themes will actually do what I want. So maybe I need a different theme selector. I have no idea how to get back to my old theme, but that's fine. I guess whatever this is fine. All right. Export parameters should export. That's fine. So if we do this now, it should go into, yeah, it's going into the exporting state. It's left in export request on the server. Bearded. I don't know. I installed Bearded like 6 years ago and it syncs to my VS codes, and like I don't know, I just like it's just always there, you know. Ooh, not a fan of that one. Coffee. I think it's too similar. I'm gonna give this like 4 more seconds. Just go to Minoki again. All right. The server doesn't have a way to export this pick and place file, so let's see. I really feel like with this project, I'm like conjuring out of nothing like a lot of stuff, because there's like I've been able to leverage like 0 pieces of external code. Nobody is doing electronics in JavaScript or NPM. There was a guy who I spoke to who was in Europe, and he was doing a bunch of stuff with this, and he was doing really good work. But my understanding is he hasn't contributed in 3 years, but he wrote the, whenever you view like the Gerber manufacturing file or whatever, he wrote like the SVG viewer all the manufacturers are using and stuff like that. And he open sourced a bunch of his code. I think I remember talking to him, and I think he was trying to do stuff still, but it was maybe difficult. And then I think he stopped contributing. So that was the last guy. I think as far as people trying to do electronics with JavaScript on the internet, it's like a dwindling candle, you know. It's like me, maybe. I don't know if there's anybody else. I think I've used 0 libraries for electronics, like other than SI prefix stuff, which is like, you know, that's for everything. All right, so I can't remember how this works. What reads the export parameters? I think the CLI reads it. So it's going to be somewhere in infer export name this last week. Arduino coding, what do they use? Yeah, you know, actually, you're right. No, you're totally right. There's this thing called fritzing. These guys, I believe, are doing electronics on the web. And it looks like they released their 1.0 recently. Let's look at their 1.0 release. It's still kind of a desktop application, though. Gerber export. Look at that. That's crazy that fritzing has Gerber export, because fritzing is kind of like a breadboard, or it used to be a breadboard tool. I don't know if they, you know, they just had they said fab up there. What is that? Fritzing fab, powered by, who is this? Eisler? Wow, look at this, another manufacturer. I actually haven't heard of this one. Drop your file. Oh, I gotta support ODB. ODB is really good. I forgot about that. ODB++. PCBWay. Yeah, I've used PCBWay. I like PCBWay. This is interesting. I've never seen this site. Eisler. They only do 2-layer boards. No, they do 4-layer. Beautiful boards. Why do they keep saying beautiful boards? That's kind of interesting. The world's largest part catalog. I guess they support all of these. It's kind of interesting. I forgot about this file format, ODB++. Oh. This is a really nice format because it has all of the data. Yeah, why do manufacturers prefer ODB over Gerber's? It contains all the information. Yeah, it's got a bunch of extra information. Whoa, a 50-minute book on PCB assembly stuff? Not for now, but pretty interesting. JLC and PCBWay were both interested in sponsoring this. I spoke to them at a conference, but I think it's too early right now. There's definitely a point, and I also don't know if, like, I'd rather have a commercial relationship than a sponsorship relationship. So it's all good, right? You can always upgrade from a sponsorship to a commercial relationship, but I think yeah, I don't know. I have some contacts over there. I have their cards somewhere. Yeah, ODB is sweet because it actually has all the stuff in one place. The only downside is like, I don't know if the evolving IPC standard, if it's a standard file format, that would be pretty sweet. Okay, for some reason I can't. They like disabled right click. Am I crazy? IPC 2581. Is this like a real standard? Oh, it's a consortium. So I guess people are designing it? Retire Gerber files? Scary. It's genuinely fastidious for me to see this webpage. Fastidious? I feel like they're not using that word right. Fastidious. I can't copy from this page. I give up. I don't know why they disabled copying. Okay. This is pretty boring, but I am kind of curious. I just learned a lot. ODB plus or OBD plus file format. Is there a spec for this? They keep saying it's proprietary. Can I have the spec? I probably have to pay for it. They probably wouldn't like it if I released an open source thing. Oh, they have a sample file. That's good. TarGZ. Oh, they have a spec. Why do they keep saying it's proprietary? Do they have do they sell something? And it's created by a consortium. Shouldn't a consortium be like not trying to sell things? This is pretty cool. I wonder if JLC supports this. I don't think people actually support this. I know Macrofab does for sure. But these guys are kind of implying they only support Gerber's. JLC PCB OBD++, or ODB++. It would be really great if I knew what this stood for. They never define it by what it stands for. Open database. It stands for Open Database. Okay. Okay. Open Database. Gotcha. You gotcha. Open Database, a proprietary format. JLC PCB. So ODB, Open Database. That actually does help me to remember the acronyms order. OBD is onboard diagnostic. So your of link doesn't work. Your of link. Your office link? Which one? Commercial usage maybe requires payment. Am I commercially? I think I would have to be making money for anything I do to be considered commercial usage. So I should be in the clear. If you're talking about my Twitch links, I haven't updated my Twitch links in like ever. So I don't know if this is safe to do on stream, but I think my channel, all the stuff down here is like extremely out of date. Yeah. Music credits, music countdown music. I have no idea what any of this is. What is this? A leaderboard. That's for... How do I edit this? I don't know. YouTube. Edit panels. Should I just remove all of these? Oh, that's so... Oh, OnlyFans link. Yeah, I never did anything on there. That was just a big joke. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. YouTube. I'm just gonna delete all these. Universal data tool. We'll keep TS circuit. TS circuit. Description. HBS. tscircuit.com. Boom. My OnlyFans link doesn't work. There was never an OnlyFans. Oh my gosh. Everyone's here just waiting for me to drop OnlyFans. Yeah, sorry. I totally forgot that that was a thing. I just posted that as a joke. I did have an account. Like you could follow it. But I never posted anything. I love how OF is like an acronym now. When I read that, I was like, office, my office link, something like that. People really just trying to get on that OnlyFans. I think it's pretty funny to have an OnlyFans. I would still like make an OnlyFans and just post something like very like strange but non-sexual on it. Like videos of me typing on my keyboard or something like that. I don't know. All right, I'm done with this, but this is really interesting. ODB. Let's see, become a partner. How do they want to incentivize somebody to become a partner? Should I become a partner? I feel like I can't do this on stream. This will be too much information, but it's pretty cool. Could try to become a partner and figure out why people are becoming partners. FAQ. Maybe there's something in the FAQ, and then I'm gonna get off this. But I am excited about this because like it sucks that you have like 5 different CSVs and all these disparate formats. Any PCB cam software sold in the past 20 years has the ability to support. Is there a viewer? Oh, there is a viewer. Oh, that's cool. Oh, you can download it. Ew. Oh, that's so funny. Remember when Apache had that broken like library or whatever? They're like talking about that. Man, that was such a thing. It's the de facto standard. Oh, Oh, wait a second. All the data exchange formats that have been successful in our industry were de facto standards? Who owns? Siemens owns it. Oh, okay. So it's owned by Siemens and controlled by Siemens. I'm sure deep cleaning of keyboards would work. Yeah, I don't know. I guess because of schematics. Like schematics a lot of times are in PDF, so that's probably why they say it's like standard. Because like, yeah, I don't know. Kind of seems like yeah, I mean, I feel like they're doing okay. They're just saying they own the format. Maybe that's why they call it proprietary. They're trying to say it's centrally owned, and back in 1995 open source wasn't a thing, so saying it was proprietary meant, hey, there's somebody reliably owning and maintaining this. But it actually looks pretty good, so maybe that's next up. I have to figure out like how hard this will be to support. I bet it's going to be a real pain in the ass. Yeah, look at this. It's filled with sys attribute files. Oh boy. I think I'm going to get an AI to read this document and try to implement it, and then I'll just tweak the AI. Oh, here's an example data file buried in it. Oh man, this is a lot. This is intense. It's kind of cool though that there is just a single file format, because I didn't like not having a specification for half of the stuff. But oh, that is a lot of work. Oh man, that's a lot of work. Whew. maybe later. So we'll stick with our CSVs. Why not add PNG and BMP? Yo, what up, Jack? Yeah, I think we do have to do PNP and or PNG and BMP eventually. I think you do have to support kind of like the image exports, but a Gerber machine, isn't going to do that. I mean, we're kind of at the whim of what the machines accept, right? There's like milling machines, and they take a format, and probably they don't even take the ODB. They probably convert the ODB into Gerber, but at least that part's consistent. So, yeah, I think support for that comes later. All right, let's see. So we got this thing that watches for exports. Then we have this function that fulfills export requests. So right now we just assume every export request is Gerber. So let's change that. So let's say if export request dot export parameters. Yeah. So it's not giving me autocomplete, which is kind of annoying. And so there's different projects, different stages, but normally I would get types from all of this using like sort of like a typed Axios kind of system where you can convert these routes into, like, this should be fully typed as soon as you get it back, but I'm just going to manually do it, especially now that I know I can import from the server directly. So let's edit the root tsconfig and add that server path like I did in the other project. So I'll make it a lot easier. Dev server API / source star. All right. Okay, it's triggering some exports here. I don't think maybe I can get this to work. Let's see. From server /lib/zod export request. I don't know if I export a type. I don't. So export type export request equals z.infer export request progress. All right, so hopefully that gives me better types. When I was working with this earlier, I was messing up the types like every 5 minutes. So hopefully that stops happening. So we've got export requests. If export request dot export parameters dot should export Gerber zip, then we're going to do all of this, which should probably be like isolated into its own file. But else if export request dot, actually it's not really an else because you could, I guess, export multiple things. So if we're export request dot export parameters dot should export ppzip. I feel like all my code is like super verbose now, but hopefully easy for contributors eventually. When I went to Seam, I built up the team a bunch, and then there were eventually like 17 people. I managed 18 people, and I got very kind of like into like code that was just really easy to like contribute to without really knowing anything. And so like one way to do that is like use a lot of like Boolean flags, like because Boolean flags kind of are more explanatory. If it was like export parameters dot export types dot includes something, right? It's like not quite as obvious to how to add a new thing or something like that. Boolean flags, like they kind of like have everything there. There's no secret about the value. It's all in code. So I don't know. Maybe not the most effective philosophy. All right, let's see if the AI gets this one. Okay, that looks pretty wrong. I'm not even gonna let it. I'm not even gonna let it go off. I'm gonna calm it down early. Exporting pick and place. I've been doing yoga. I just go somewhere and I do yoga with like a class of people, like 10, 20 people, all just standing around doing yoga. But I like it heated. You can go to places and they just put you in a hot room and you do super hot yoga, and I love it. I'm dripping, I'm stretching. It's perfect. I was very timid to do it at first. I was like, I'm not going to go into a place with a bunch of sweaty people and like do around, but you know, it's great. No regrets. It's awesome. Let's see. Export Gerbers. We have a function for this, so we're probably going to need an equivalent function like export pick and place, I guess. Any of the friendly poses. Yes, as opposed to the unfriendly yoga poses. So the big goal this week is to get is to create a physical circuit. So send a circuit off to an assembler that like blinks an LED or something like that. And to do that, we have to support exporting like a simple circuit into a format that a manufacturer can use to like put the stuff on the board and give me that. So at the end of the week, ideally, I don't have an example circuit board here, but I should be able to hold up like a little green board and it should like have an LED that blinks. So that's the main thing. At a high level, what TS circuit is it's React for circuits. So you can create circuit boards with React so that web developers can take over the world, you know, so that we don't have to rely on those pesky electrical engineers to do our circuit routing. No, I hope electrical engineers would use this stuff too, because I think React is a really good declarative programming language, basically. So hopefully everybody sees the light and everybody uses React. You know, React developers can create mobile apps, they can create web apps and desktop apps. So why shouldn't they be able to create, electronics? It's just another step in the progression. A little bit away from user interfaces, granted. I think most of the time people are using React, they are building user interfaces. So who knows? Worst case scenario, I've built a lot of electronics libraries for people to use online. All right. So let's get this export working. This should be really easy. It should be even easier than the Gerber export because there's not multiple files. It's just a single CSV file. This directory structure. I feel like I should have a separate directory for export functions. So I'm going to do that. Export Gerbers. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that signature. So we'll do export PNP CSV. Let the Danes take over the world through TypeScript and object-oriented programming. I don't know if I love object-oriented programming, but definitely with TypeScript. What do you mean the Danes? Do you mean like the Danish? Where? How did the Danes get involved? All right, so soupification. So soup is an intermediate file format, so we have to get the soup. That should be consistent across these. So we get the soup, convert soup to Gerber command. So everything from here has got to be different. Whoops. I'm just gonna delete. I'm gonna delete some stuff. There's a lot of extra stuff here. It's the problem with copy and pasting. I'm very tempted to delete everything. I don't think we need anything. It's so different. Gerber's, you have to zip it all up. That was most of the code. Okay, so soup to PNP CSV string. I guess it goes... I can't remember exactly how this works, so we're gonna have to play around a little bit. Like I can't remember what functions are available on the builder for this. Just convert soup to pick and place CSV, and then convert soup to... What's the signature? Oh, this is good. Okay, so yeah, we can just do convert soup to pick and place CSV. So await, convert soup to... No. Convert soup to pick and place CSV. Give it the soup. Bjarne Strosa popularized OOP through C++ and Anders. Oh, interesting. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's very interesting. Wow, it's like a whole repeat of the Dutch East India Trading Company, you know? Just, they were like, all right, this whole ocean thing isn't working out, so let's create languages. I was in Amsterdam, I think like exactly a year ago. And Amsterdam's pretty cool, but you can go to like, I don't know. I learned a ton about the Dutch East India Trading Company because if you're in Amsterdam, you can buy like a museum pass and you can go to like every museum, and there's like hundreds of museums. So you could literally, and I kind of did, spend a month just like going to museums because we just wanted an excuse to walk around Amsterdam and find stuff to do. So let's see, export Gerbers what does this do? Does this export it to a file? Return buffer. have to return a buffer. Await new promise. I think I need to put it into an output file. Oh yeah, it takes an output zip file path. So we'll say output path. And then I'll just write it. I don't need to write it anything to a temporary directory. Yeah, that should work. We'll call this PNP CSV. Okay. I think that's it. Pretty easy. So now when we're fulfilling, so we've got this zip buffer. Denmark and the Netherlands are different countries, but the Danes did also have an East India Company. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, my apologies to everyone who actually understands world geography. Denmark and let me just dig this hole a little bit deeper. In my defense, I'm American, and we don't learn about other countries in school unless we opt in, and I didn't know you could opt in at the time. Are they even close? Yeah, all right, there it's... Oh boy. Aki. Well, you know, you didn't hear it here. Whoops. All right, let's see. Fulfill export requests. We've got the zip buffer. We upload the buffer directly to export files create. So what we really need is a buffer from our export function. We don't really need it to output to any path. So I think what I'm going to do is actually have that export function take a path or return a buffer instead. Which should be pretty easy to do. I think I can just do buffer.from UTF-8. It's confusing with Danish and Dutch. Yeah, well, hey, you said it, not me. I mean, I would never mix up two completely distinct countries that don't even share a border. But you know, accidents can happen. Accidents can, you know. Let's focus on our exports here. You know, we've got a lot of very important files to export. So I think I want to isolate this part out. As soon as you have the file name and the buffer, I think you can isolate that into its own thing. So we'll say upload buffer to example or to export file, and we'll fill in those once I figure out what goes in there. Export const. Whoops. Upload buffer to. Okay. We'll give it dev server Axios. It's an Axios instance. And then there's a bunch of things. There's the file buffer. We have the file name. So in there's like a big thing right now. I think Theo just posted about this, but there's a big thing right now where I think like the new flow syntax allows you to not do this kind of double export sort of thing, which is pretty cool because this is probably the most annoying part of TypeScript. It's like double as many lines, unnecessarily verbose. So very much would like it if I didn't have to do that. Export request ID, file buffer. Okay. Hopefully I don't break anything with this refactor because I'm changing a lot. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. Let's make it async. Nice. Let's see if Copilot can figure this one out. Nice, looks good. Cannot find zip buffer. Oh, something happened. When Copilot did that suggestion, it removed some code. Let's try it again. Yeah, it did it again. It removed code. So I'll copy it out, discard, and then we'll paste it. I think it got it right. It's saying string or null, so we'll just do that. Number is not assignable to type string. Yeah, I guess these are always numbers because we're dealing with a SQLite database. Okay. Looks pretty good. So same thing here. So CSV buffer equals await. Yep. I don't know what the argument is. I forgot. See if Copilot can figure it out. Maybe? Whoops. I'm just gonna look it up. I don't think it got it right. You never know what's in its context. You never know. Okay, example file path. That's in there. Yep, that looks good. Output path. I think this one I have to determine. File name, Gerber's zip file name. Okay, so we have that. So, or whoops, export request dot export parameters dot, yeah, perfect. Oh, this is, we don't need that anymore. Output path. Yeah, we're returning a buffer now. We don't need that. We'll need it later. I think this probably also takes context. Okay. Nice. So we have the buffer. Last thing, upload buffer to export file. Looks good. Cool. Okay, so that should be it. We should be able to download the pick and place file now. It's going to be a little bit weird. So we initiate this export, and now the export request is pending. So then we go over here and we attempt to fulfill the export. Oh, but there's an error. In the export Gerber's file, this path didn't auto update. Okay, let's try that again. Fulfill export requests. It said exporting pick and place, so maybe it worked. Oh yeah, we got a download. Nice. So let's drag that into VS Code. And does it look right? Ooh, a little Firefox bug. All right. Yeah, that looks right. It's a little hard to read. I think VS Code might have a CSV viewer. whatever. But yeah, that looks right. Designator, top layer, looks good. Okay, so that's our pick and place. Now let's do it for the is it the bill of materials we're working on in the beginning? I'm kind of blanking on it. Let's see. It hurts my insides, the lack of semicolons. That, it actually blows my mind that I think people have commented like twice on semicolons, but I'm using underscores in TypeScript. That should be way more irritating to people. I think underscores are actually better, but people seem more irritated by the semicolons. Anyway, I guess it is a BOM. So we'll build the BOM export dialog now. But we can do a quick save because that was a pretty good piece of progress. So pick and place export working. It's pretty good progress. So if the Gerber's pick and place CSV and bill of materials are working, then we're good to do assembly theoretically. I doubt it'll work first try. We'll probably be fixing bugs, but we should be able to upload this to a manufacturer and try to get. I could try to get this manufactured. To be really lame, but I could get this manufactured. By the way, another thing I did Saturday was I added these board outlines. So this like dramatically improves how manufacturers interpret the files because they know how big the board is. Before they were like, we don't know how big the board is. And you would have to manually specify it or something. Okay. It said the recommended plugin was Rainbow CSV. Why would this be recommended? Oh, I get it. Yeah, let's do it. So instead of, okay, I get it. I like that. Each column is colored differently. So instead of like having a full like viewer, you can look at each column with a different color. I like that. Makes a lot of sense. It's just enough. All right, let's define a new export parameter. Should export BOM CSV. We'll add BOM CSV file name, BOM. Yeah, and then we can add the dialog. So I think this was in header menu. Yeah, we have the PNP export dialog. We'll change add BOM export dialog, export bill of materials. Export the bill of materials CSV for this one. Upload this, blah, 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 blah. So, whoops. You can upload this to a assembler PCBA, and then we'll update this. We'll say, so they know how to source each component. Export file name, bom.csv. Should export BOM file. And then just like we did with PNP, we're going to want to auto-derive the file name. But where did I do that? I guess you do it inside of here. Oh, I have to add this. Oh, yeah, there's a couple of things I could tweak before I do that. So we need to add the BOM export dialog that'll let it pop up. And then wherever you click bill of materials somewhere. So right now it says not yet implemented. We're going to tweak this and we'll say BOM export dialog dot open dialog. Cool. So that should already open a dialog, but we want it to give the correct file name. So we have to tweak There was some little hack I put in. Yeah, right there. So if export parameters should export BOM CSV, BOM file name equals export file name. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. Or should be BOM CSV file name. I feel good about it. I feel good about it. Let's see if it works. First try. Yeah. The dialogue will work, but we don't have the... Let's try to do the whole thing in one try. And then... Are you using evil mode or what it's called in VS Code? I don't know what evil mode is. Like, do you mean the theme? I just like played with the theme, but I think I'm back at Monokai. What is evil mode? Oh, Vim shortcuts. I use I think I use a variant of Vim shortcuts. It's like I think I might use this thing called Simple Vim, but I'm not really sure. Let me see. Simple Vim. Yeah, I think I use a thing called Simple Vim, and it has like a quarter of Vim. Because like yeah, I mean, I don't want to put my hand on the mouse. I actually have no idea. Like, if you have wrist pain, it might just be from it, especially if it's only in like your right hand or your left hand or whatever you use for the mouse. Like, there's a good chance it's from lifting up and down your hand. If you have the Moonlander, like I have a Moonlander keyboard, you can turn your mouse into a keyboard temporarily. So that's how like I'm moving it perfectly left and right. Is if you ever see it moving perfectly left and right, or like perfectly diagonally, that's because I'm using Moonlander. So I don't have to lift my hand. But really lifting your hand, I think, is like the big thing that causes problems. For some reason, that's really straining. So convert soup to BOM rows. And then we have convert BOM rows to CSV. For some reason, I did it in 2 here. So yeah, it was probably not the best idea, but it's fine. So we'll do, okay, so BOM, soup to BOM rows. This is terrible, these log lines. I don't know why I committed to doing it this way. They don't look good. They look really messy. At least they're in like a light gray. I don't regret that part, but I did indentation and it looks super random because I didn't commit to it enough. It looked okay at first, and then I forgot about it or called some function that didn't have the indentation configured, and it just got worse. Okay, convert BOM rows to CSV. The Emacs plugin to get VI shortcuts is called Evil. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it makes sense. When I was in college, Emacs still had like, I mean, maybe it does, and I'm just not like super into Emacs, but it had a lot of people who were using it and were like super power users. But today I don't feel like there's many people like that who are under the age of 50. But I don't know. Emacs is/was super cool in so many ways. Like, but you know. Like, does Emacs support... Emacs probably supports, like, Copilot, right? Yeah, like, unofficially. That's crazy that it's not even big enough where it wouldn't have an official plugin. Although, I don't know if Vim or anything accepts because it's all, like, Microsoft. I don't know if anything has it. Emacs is pretty cool. I feel like in another life I'd be pretty into Emacs. Just because it's like your all-in-one IDE, but you also have to like program. Don't you have to program in like C or something for Emacs? Can you do it in a bunch of languages now? I remember it has like a really weird programming language. I don't know. Point is, VS Code is just so much better. Yeah. Yeah, and building VS Code extensions isn't that hard. I think I built a couple. I can't remember. I actually, I don't think I've ever built. I built some Atom extensions. I don't know. I think it's pretty similar. I remember when everybody was like, you can't have like web browser stuff in your desktop IDE. It'll be too slow. And now everybody is just use VS Code. Okay, this won't work yet because I need to add it to that fulfill function. I don't know how I'm tracking everything that's going on at this point. It feels so disorganized. It's gonna over time it'll get a lot better, I think. But you can't always know the structure of things before it's like working, you know. Hard to refactor something before it's done, I guess is maybe the right idea. I really like the first log line here, and then I like nothing after. I'll accept it. I don't really want to type. I don't want to write any code, so we'll see how far we can get. All right, no const CSV buffer is equal to, it's because it doesn't have, it's not pulling in the right context. So export BOM. Maybe I named this wrong actually. Yeah, I named this wrong, so that explains that. Export BOM. Oh, and this shouldn't be to file. This should be to buffer. Same thing for the export PNP CSV. That should be to buffer. That returns a buffer. Okay. Probably works. Probably also okay. All right, cool. All right, let's do the full test, front to bottom. Export bill of materials. Looks good. Export. It's exporting. Only because I'm in development mode, I have to manually fulfill these upload requests. I should probably make it so it does this in the background. Ooh, undefined is not an object. Evaluating soup. There's our soup. Oh, this takes parameters like that. Why did the types not catch that? Maybe because soup is any. Yeah. Oh, resolve part is supposed to be is not supposed to be required. So this will work, but the types are wrong. So I'm just gonna queue up the fix for that so that next time I update, that fixes. But we'll do the old TS ignore. Having 100 different instances of Chrome backend running is apparently superior. Yeah, right. Yeah, who would have thunk? You know. Yeah, it's not efficient, but computers are getting faster. So in the builder, we have this function convert. I think it's actually, I think I put it all in the index file. So yeah, this is supposed to be optional. And it already has optional handling, so it was literally just a mistake on my end. So, whoops. Fix, make resolve part function optional. All right. Let's try exporting again. Ooh, looks locked up. I don't like that. Let's try again. Why is that locking up? Ah! I do not like that. It's locking up after supifying. I have not seen this before. And this function sucks. It calls out to another process. I really need to get debug logging on this project where you basically like you can say debug equals 1 or the name of the project, and then it's going to insert all of these extra log lines, because I don't know exactly what happened, but I suspect that this sub process that it boots up is part of the problem. And I think it's pretty easy to debug. So the file we're building is here. Yeah. So the file we're building is this one. And then this temp file is what's actually executed. That's how it works. So let's execute that temporary file and see what the issue is. So we'll go to that test assets directory, example project, and then we will attempt to execute. I think it was examples. Yeah, that. That works fine. That works fine in Bun. Let's see if it works in TSX. Whoops, TSX. Okay. Not good news. It's kind of interesting. Command search. All right. Dev server fulfill. Okay, that time it worked. I don't know. Who knows? Did it download? All right, we did. It downloaded. Okay, comment. Value. Yep, that's right. Footprint. Yep. Oh, what's going on? The part number is cut off. What? Why would the part number get cut off? I think I know why. Let me try updating the dependencies, because I think the builder, I had to do a quick patch. Have to go to bed? Yeah, nice chatting with you. Definitely, yeah. Hopefully, yeah. I'll work to get that OnlyFans up and running again. Top priority. Yeah. Cheers. Thanks for stopping in. All right, let's see. Okay, with that updated, I think the export might work. So let's try this. TSCI, dev server, fulfill. Didn't get stuck that time for some reason. Let's load in that BOM. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, it was just some out-of-date stuff. Okay, so theoretically now, you can order. I could try to order this. Let's try to order it. So this is just, you only have to do this extra command in development mode. Exporting Gerbers doesn't work with Bun, so I just gotta execute this with TSX. Okay. All right, so now we have a bunch of files. So yeah, let's try it. I'm gonna go over to a new workspace, and then go to JLC PCB, and we'll try to get this to work. This is the one I exported today. anything breaks, it's back to the drawing board. But okay, there's our resistor circuit. Looks good. And then let's go down to PCB assembly. You know, something I didn't check here is if we actually wanted to get this assembled. I put a 1210 footprint in, but I don't know if the resistor is actually a 1210. I think it's an 0805. Man, it is so hard to find their part search. Why don't they have a link to this? Okay, so let's look this up. I think this is an 0805. Yeah. So let's just change the circuit to use that. Who is texting me on my cell phone? All right. Wow, lots of stuff going on. Okay. Ignoring all of it. Okay, so yeah, let's try re-exporting the assembly files. That's the only one that's going to change. So let's re-export the assembly files with that 0805. We can do that. Yeah, we can do that here. So export, Gerbers. We will do this to fulfill the request. Okay. So now we have that new download, and then let's try the re-upload again. Back to upload file. Okay, looks good. It's a little smaller now. Slightly smaller. Okay, that looks good. So let's confirm. Next, add BOM file. It's asking for a CPL, which is a pick and place file. I don't know what CPL stands for. So we'll give it the BOM. Okay. And then we'll give it the CPL. Okay. I think it worked. Okay, so it's asking me to confirm component placements. That looks right. It's not a 3D view, I don't think. It almost looks like it would be a 3D view. Okay, so $16. I don't know if I really want to pay $16 right now to get a single resistor on a board, but that seems pretty compelling, like that's going to work. Like, so way ahead of schedule. Was not expecting to get this far today, but I think I might be able to get the blinking LED circuit done. I think it's going to take like 2 hours, but I think I might be able to get it done. So I'm going to commit this up and then use the built version of the CLI, which should be which is like what normal people use, not the development, not the one where you have to like execute commands twice or whatever. So let's do that. So yeah, add, this one was add BOM export / commit. And then let's merge the PR for this. Assembly exports. Pick and place bill of materials. Okay. I don't think there are any tests on this repo, unfortunately. So I'll just merge that. That will release a new version. We should see that this releases a new version in a minute. I'm going to do a quick bathroom break and then blinking LED time. All right. Doing the stuff. I don't know why. GitHub, what's the point, man? What's the point? If it's not going to update. Okay, so this didn't release. Yeah, this is a known annoyance with using both npm and bun. So you have to make sure that each one gets an opportunity to update its package file. Whoops. So we'll go main. Update them lock files. Nice. All right. Then we wait again. Go GitHub, go. Ooh. 2 p.m. I feel like my computer's dying a little bit, but I don't know why. Is it all these spreadsheets? I don't need any of this. Whoops. I do have a GPU coming, which should hopefully... It's undetectable on a live stream, but I probably am typing at like 50% my normal speed, partially because my hands are super cold, because I don't know how to heat this room properly, but also partially because there is literally a visual lag because my computer is so stressed out. So hopefully, yeah, I know. Yeah, 3 p.m. is the most tired time of day for me. I mean, isn't that like the thing in Spain? Isn't that when they take their siesta, like 3 p.m. or something? I think that's a normal, you know. I got my second coffee over here though, so hopefully I start doing it. I only drink decaf coffee, but there's still a little bit of coffee. I either drink a decaf coffee or I drink like the most caffeinated. I got a 3060, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it was a mistake. RTX 3060. Nays as in bad or good? It's not really for gaming. Hope you check your power supply. I think I can use it. Yeah, I think I might have a 650. It might have a 650. We'll find out. You know, who knows? How do you feel about that choice though? 3060. Am I like, you know, way below? Like if there was like it's all right. Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking, is I don't want to go crazy because I have a Steam Deck. I do everything on that. A 2060. Is a 2060 better? I don't know how to follow these numbers. Of course not. You know, it's not that obvious though, right? Because like a 3090 is probably better than like a 4060 or whatever. I don't know how to follow it. It was fun to read about it, but I mainly just watched YouTube videos until I saw a card that was like, I was like, oh yeah, that seems like it'll work. And I also wanted to try some inference, so running some inference models. So I wanted an NVIDIA card for sure. But I have a feeling I'm not going to be like super happy, because to do any real machine learning, you need the 4090, right? But I didn't want to put down $2,000. Not yet anyway. Like I think I would if I had like a good use case prepared, but I don't have a good use case prepared. I'd rather get my laptop is super old, like 5 years old. So yeah. Nice. I don't know what I'm going to use it for other than just running the live stream slightly better. Hopefully not losing as many frames. I also I use CapCut to edit videos and it gets really laggy and I'm like, okay, this is probably related to the GPU because I think I have pretty fast RAM. So yeah, I can finally use OBS. Yeah, my green screen background cut will be able to work without draining me. Although I doubt that that's too bad. I'm really tempted to put that up. I'll do it after the stream because I don't want to lose focus, especially because it's gonna take at least a week for an assembled circuit board to get here. It could take 2 weeks. So the sooner I build this thing out, the better. The sooner I order it, the better. Did this fail again? I'm gonna be so sad. No, it published. Okay, so I can now do. I'm gonna install it officially. So this is how. Technically, this isn't. This is still the unstable release, so most people want to install this, but this is how you would install it as a consumer. File already exists. Yeah, so it's complaining because I actually don't know if this happens on other people's systems, but there's kind of yeah, that should do it. It's like an install conflict. Okay, so yeah, let's clear everything. Let's start a project from scratch. So this is theoretically how a normal person would use this. They would say tsci init. You know, did I do that wrong? I think you go into a directory first. It's not, I need to fix this, but okay, we go into a directory. So we say, what is this called? We're going to call this blinking LED circuit. And then we're going to do tsci in it. Okay, and then we do tsci dev. Oh no, it's getting hung up again. I do have a theory that this is a bun issue. So if I do tsci config, I can set my runtime to node. And that might fix it. Works perfectly fine. This has got to be a race condition of some kind. How does one debug a race condition? You don't. You add a bunch of log lines first. I could probably add that node debug stuff I was talking about earlier. So how that works is there's a module called debug. So you install that. And then what it'll do is let you check if debug is enabled for your app. So you can drop into a debug mode if you want to. Although I think I might already have a system for this. Let me see, tsci config. There might already be a verbose mode. No, there isn't. All right, I'll use the debug system. Yeah, so it's basically a console.log, but only if this debug mode is enabled, it's going to log. Yeah, and then you can export debug whatever. So what we want to do is our supify command. We want to basically say every single thing that's going on in the debug because it only shows up for debug. So how I like to do this, I don't think this works super well in ESM because you kind of have to do it in 2 steps, not 1. Let's add debug and then button add -d type/debug so that we get the types. Okay, so we'll say debug equals, yeah, TS circuit superfy. That's perfect. And then we're gonna literally like just log everything. Well, at least past the, oh, I guess everything in this function is kind of somewhere where it could be failing. Okay. How do I want to do this? Thinking. Trying to think where it could possibly, I mean, I guess this read file could be hanging. That actually might make sense. Okay, so reading file path. What I don't like about debug stuff is it kind of makes your files like really messy to look at. Or your, yeah, but whatever. Okay, that's not going to cause an issue. Writing a file could definitely cause an issue. Writing to file path. Although we know that this file appears, so everything up to this point should work. So we'll say debug using runtime, ctx.runtime. Yeah, running process or starting process. I'm 90% sure it's going to happen right here. Deleting file. Unlink is delete. It's like an old Linux thing. Parsing result of Superfy. Yeah, it's probably pretty good. Okay, so what I want to do is uninstall the TSCI globally and then install it, the local version globally. So should be npm install -g dot, and that should make it so that TSCI is now, yeah, okay, that didn't work. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see if we can use this thing called Yalk. Yalk npm install globally. I don't know if it's gonna work. It's talking about global installs, but it means like, you know, configuring Yalk, not like something else. What I want, which is I want it to be on the path. That's probably fine. I was able to reproduce the hang earlier with TSCI2, which aliases to this big bun command. So we can try that. Yeah, okay, there we go. So we're getting hanging. So let's do debug equals, we'll do debug equals star, see how messy that is. Okay, so starting process. So yeah, it's hanging exactly where I expected. Starting process. So the tricky thing about this way that processes are being orchestrated here, I really wish I could get away with not starting a process, but I thought about it for a while, and because of the way the import resolution has to work, it's just such a pain in the ass. Unless it's definitely 100% doable, but it's such a pain in the ass, and I don't want to do it right now. And a sub process, it's going to be like, this is a huge pain in the ass, but the scope is a little bit more limited. I probably need to have a timeout on this. What I could do is have a timeout, and then I could show all the output after the timeout. That'd be pretty cool. But anyway, the main issue here is this std out is being piped, which means it's going to go over here, but it's not going to go to the console. So, pipes, inherit pipes. We could try inherit pipes and see if that makes it do both. That would be pretty sweet. Oh yeah, there you go. So the issue was it wanted to install TSX. And it was hanging there because it wanted to install TSX. Because it's inherited now, I can actually hit yes. I could try to leave this in and see how much that messes with things. I think it's going to mess with things too much, though. I'd rather have a timeout and then somehow read the output. But I'm not sure that that's going to work. I think I need more complicated process handling. I could try inherit pipes for now. Yeah. Could try it for now. See how far I get before it just breaks everything. Okay, so show output of superfication subprocess. The fact that TSX is not installed is a bug in like the init function. But now that we inherit piped, it's kind of fine. Like it's, you know, people can figure out how to fix it. Oh, this opened in the wrong browser. Setfis. Okay, so with this browser, open in browser. Okay, so we can click on our circuit. Okay, so now we're doing some stuff. I really want to add an option here, open in VS Code, because that's always what I want to do after I run dev. But anyway, doesn't matter. I'm going to hide that console now because we're just going to be working with the circuit. And I'm mostly going to be working with the schematic view for the beginning. And let's do it. Let's write some TS circuit code. So I'm going to add a board. And then this is going to have a width. So we'll say we want a 30 millimeter board. Height, we want a 30 millimeter board. The center I'll make 0, and the center Y I'll make 0. Okay. So the board doesn't show up in the schematic view, but if I flip over to the PCV view, we now have this white outline. So everything we build is going to be within there. Thanks. My wall is pretty cool. I'm hanging the green screen on it soon, but it's not ready yet. And then I'll be a floating head, and people will be able to see the background a little bit better. I'm slowly acclimating to 6 hours of streaming. I feel like 6 hours is the right number because then I can like hit a gym class or something. And I don't have to like, I don't know. I guess I could hit a gym class when I wake up in the morning, but like there's so much stuff to do during the day. 6 hours seems about right. Plus I have to do like non-code work, which like is too hard to do on stream. Yeah. Yeah. Possibly yoga, 4:30. We'll see. And then I'll be a floating head. That's right. You need to get a green morph suit. Probably. Are you going to a gym class? Yeah. Yeah. Yoga at 4:30, I think. How I stay sane. Clearly, I am not sane talking to myself for, you know, whatever, 6 hours daily. Okay, I need a 555 timer circuit. I need a blinking, I need a blinking LED. Uh, we are here. We listen. That's true. Lurking, but listen. I shouldn't be so dismissive. I do appreciate all the people who come in to listen to my voice. Yeah, exactly. ASMR. That's how I yeah. Well, anyway. Okay, so this looks like a pretty good schematic to recreate. It uses the NE555, which something said we need to be compatible with. There is a huge thing I don't like about this circuit, which is that it uses 5 through 12 volts. When we use a coin cell battery, I should flip sides here. When we use a coin cell battery, it's going to be coin cells are like 3 volts, 3.3. So we will have to put 2 coin cells in if we want to use this circuit. But it's kind of nice. 3 resistors, 1 cap, 1 LED. It's a very simple circuit. So that's the good side. And we're going to add a switch too, because I want to be able to turn it off so I don't have to change the batteries a lot. I really wish I could get a AA battery holder or like even a 9-volt holder, but it'll look janky. It'll look way better with coin cell. I could probably do 2 coin cells in series. CR232. Let's see. I'm like trying to figure out what the voltage is like here. Yeah, it's like 3 volts. So what I could do is stack 2 of these, and then I would have a, might as well. I guess it's easy enough to do. So we'll use 2 holders instead of 1. Hopefully that doesn't, I think that'll not break anything to use 2 of the same component. Somehow I forgot to test that case. Better 3D print a case with AAA batteries. I want something. I can see that, but the PCB really has to be visible because it's not currently capable of doing 3D CAD, right? Although 3D CAD would be a really, really cool use of React too. React 3 Fiber is kind of doing something like that, except I would say they're not doing parametric modeling. It's like not quite there, but not close. It's like really important. But yeah. We could try to shove a AAA in there. I think the problem is only coin cell holders are like SMD compatible. Because like all the other batteries are so big that when you put them in, a lot of times you'll rip off the thing. And I don't want to have any components that need holes because to secure them better, because that'll make the assembly like slightly more difficult. It means that house parts usually won't work, stuff like that. So I think what I'll do, I'll swap this top thing into 2 coin cell batteries, and that should make it okay. And then this NE55. So using the component I picked earlier, let's see, 555 timer. This is literally an NE. I don't know if the D model changes anything about the pinout, so that's the main thing. It says exact equivalent. You know what? I'm going to trust it. If it says it's an exact equivalent, I feel like I don't need to read anymore. I feel like I should just trust it. I'm going to trust it. And if it lies to me, well, I'm going to have a broken board. I think in 90% of universes, I have a broken board. So let's go for it. All right. Just studying this for a second. All right, let's do it. We've studied enough. Let's do the thing. So I think what I want to do to get started, build out the schematic and get all the various components we'll need for this just written out. Maybe I won't import anything for this project because in publish submodules, because I think it'll be annoying. it'll make me have to use too many risky things. Okay, so R2 is a 1K resistor. R1 is a 100K resistor. I'm going to also simplify these. That's R1. That one isn't named. R3. We'll call it R3. Is a 220. Hopefully just 220. It's a bit unclear. I don't think it's 220K, so I think it is 220 because that wouldn't be very much current. And then we have a capacitor. Eventually, like literally, you'll just be able to copy the schematic and paste it into OpenAI, and it'll just give you the React code. Absolutely. Like, but it needs to understand Typescript first. We're just going to keep the footprints as 0805s for everything. I think I added support for LED, but I don't know how much it'll work. I forgot about that. So we're just going to play that one by ear. And then let's give these guys positions. So if we put the bug at the center, I think this is going to be like, oh, this is probably not super visible, but this is going to be like -3 millimeters, something like that. This is going to be like 3 millimeters. So that's like roughly my grid. So we'll say 0 for the LED. We'll say 3 millimeters, and then like 0.5. And then we're also going to have to rotate it 90 degrees. Let's just see how we're doing so far. Okay, that looks right. All of these are clustered together, and then the LED is out there on the right, because that's the only one I've positioned. So eventually, it'll lay out like automatically, right? If you believe in the Typescript dream. But for now, you have to specify the exact coordinates. So it's like the very, very early days of the web before there was really any positioning, and you might see a web page that was completely, absolutely positioned. Okay, so that's the second resistor. I need to give that a little bit more room. So we'll do 2 millimeters down. Okay, that looks good. Okay, I need to get these next to each other. Okay. Let's place R1. We'll say the center is -3, and it's also down about 0.5. And then we'll place R2 at -1, -3, -1. Oh, we need to rotate these. Okay. Cool. Oh, C1 is not positioned. Okay, so center -3, probably 2, and then rotation 90 degrees. There's this long-standing bug. I don't know if I fixed it. Maybe I did, but there was a long-standing bug where you had to hover over this for it to update. So hopefully that's gone. I'm not 100% sure it is, though. This looks pretty good. These things at the top and bottom are called net aliases, and the support for it is really bad right now, so I'm not going to do them. It's going to make it look really messy, but I'm just going to do my best without doing net aliases. Because the thing with net aliases is you don't know exactly where they connect. It's saying, hey, I can connect to any ground. I can connect to any power source up here. And so it can be a little bit tricky in practice to correctly route it. let's add the bug. Bug is going to be at 0, 0, right in the center. And then we have to give it a port arrangement for it to not do that. There's a couple ways to define a port arrangement, but let me see if I can do it this way. So I can specify the numbers that should appear on each side. So this is not the simplest way to define it, but I think I'm going to want to use it. 4, 5, 6. Is that right? Still doesn't like it. I think it needs port labels. Yeah, port labels is required. So now we have to give each port a label. We'll do that for now. Okay. Not the correct port labels, but we'll figure that out after. So I did this in the, actually in kind of a backwards way. 1, 2, 3, and then this should be 4, 5, 6. I can set the direction here to make that be correct. So direction, bottom to top. That should fix it. Unless I didn't implement it properly. Okay, it looks like it's not implemented properly. Maybe top to bottom. Did I just implement it backwards? Nope, I just didn't implement it at all. So what? Let's see. Yeah, so see how these are super out of... Oh, there's also 8. But these are super out of order, which is why I want to... Yeah, they're super out of order and also all over the place. So 6, 7, 2, and then from top to bottom, 8, 4, 3, 5, 1. And then it inserted 7 over here because 7 is a... Wait, no, 7? Oh, I didn't give all the ports names. So I'm going to add a comment to see if this thing will help me out here, but NE555, I think that's its name, right? NE555 port labels, and maybe Copilot knows what that is. Yeah, 1 is ground. How far can we get? 2 is trigger, is that true? Yeah, 2 is trigger, that's true. 3 is out, yep, that's right. 4 is reset, that's right. 5 is control, that's right. 6 is thresh, that's right. 7 is discharge. Yep. 8 is VCC. Nice. 555 timers are, I can barely remember how they work, but they allow you to put resistors and capacitors together to create a timing function. That's like the basic concept, or at least like the most basic thing you can do. They have like this weird internal circuitry where they can be used for a ton of different things. But that's like the 101 use case. It's the simplest thing I could think of to create a good YC or a good basic circuit. So something that really bugs me is how squeezed together these are as you zoom out. So I really want to make these wider. I think the text size being consistent is fine, but you really need a way to make bugs wider. But I'm going to try not to get distracted. I'm just going to deal with that annoyance for now. Let's put this on the left. So I think maybe the next main thing is the trace connections. Let's see, are we missing anything else from the circuit? I think we have... Oh, we don't have the batteries. So I need to insert the batteries. We can put those on the top. The batteries are the most custom of anything here. Everything else is standard except the coin cell battery holders. The coin cell battery holders, I'm going to have to do the footprint manually and everything like that. So I'm thinking maybe I do the entire thing from scratch. So to do something from scratch, you use component. And then you can fill this with like low-level stuff. I think it also has some required props. So we'll call this battery 1. because we need 2 batteries. And then I'm going to give it a footprint, and then I'm going to insert footprint. And we can start defining some custom stuff in here. I think that should compile for now. What's it complaining about? It wants children. Yeah, this is the kind of annoying thing. It needs a it needs like some kind of schematic representation. It can't just be empty. So we can try inserting like a schematic box for now. But yeah, we'll give it a width of 1 millimeter, height 1 millimeter, and hope everything defaults out to decent values. I think it worked because those lines weren't there before. Let's give this thing a position. So we'll say center equals, and oh, none of this is visible. Yeah, 0, -3 or something. -3 millimeters. Okay, it didn't move, which makes me think there's probably a bug in custom components where you can't set the position. Let's try putting it directly on the footprint. Just kind of cheating, but... Or no, the footprint wouldn't do that. That is kind of a problem if you can't change the coordinates of it. I thought this worked, though. There's an example of this on the TS Circuit Playground. Component equals... I do a bunch of custom stuff. But am I not able to set the position? Or the center? That worked. Yeah, that's working. It's moving. See, that's the 0 millimeter point. Now it's shifted 3 over. So that feature should totally work. Cheers, Sea Imposter. Thanks. Thanks for popping in. What OS is this, by the way? Looks super cool. This is Arch Linux. The reason why the windows are flashing is because I have a custom thing installed to help me see what window is focused. So one difference is this one is defining its footprint elements inside of it. So it might just be how that footprint is. I don't know, actually. Doesn't really make a lot of sense because this is all schematic stuff. Let's try hiding that. You know what it might be? This guy doesn't have its X and Y defined. Schematic box, X0, Y0. Let's try that. Yeah, okay, so just a bug. I would be on one of those OSs, but I need Windows for games. Games work on Linux now. The only thing, you just can't play like DRM heavy stuff. Like something I really wanted to play is Fall Guys. Like I like Fall Guys. It's a good party game. But I can't play it on Linux because the whatever, anti-piracy stuff. Or no, anti-cheating, not anti-piracy. Because of the Steam Deck stuff, almost everything works on Linux now. Jack, you might have missed this, but I revealed I'm getting a 3060. So maybe I can not run everything on a potato. Some sim games I play just don't support it, so it's kind of annoying. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Is the 3060 okay? It's decent. I'm gonna make the coin cell like a little box. I'm not gonna spend any time on designing this out, because it's not worth it. We wanna order a functional circuit. Nothing else matters. Excuse me. 3060 is good. The direct upgrade, which is the 4060, is not that much better. Ah, okay. That's good to know. Very good to know. I just went on YouTube and I was like, you know, how does it do with different things? I was also trying to see if it could do like ML inference, because it'd be cool if I did some ML inference stuff on stream too. Nice. I don't think it's super good for machine learning. Well, it's impossible to train on it, is what I heard. It's not even worth trying. The 4080 Super. So that's like yeah, that's a nice card, right? Yeah. Nice. Oh, very cool. Yeah, you could do some stuff on this. That looks like something you can do stuff with. Why is the text aligned so weird? I think the position of this is 0, -3. For some reason, the schematic box is not aligned properly. Does that even make sense? Maybe that does make sense. This is taking a minute to update. Okay, I think that makes sense. 3070 is a beast of a card. What did I miss out on? Oof, that's only a little bit more. Wait a second. That's only like $100 more. Oh my gosh. Wait, it's like the same. I paid like $300. I can't tell the difference between these. Oh, that's a TI. 3070. Oh, that's refurb. Okay. I probably should have gotten a refurb. I didn't even think about that. It would have been way smarter for me to get a refurb. Oh, that's pretty interesting. 3070 is pretty good. Huh. I'm intrigued. Too late to refundo, but I do think yeah, I mean, I didn't spend enough time on it. I was just like, that looks good enough. Oh, okay, they both have 8 gigs of VRAM. All right, fair enough. So whenever you introduce any component, you need to introduce ports. It's like kind of the essential thing. I'm going to copy out, because that's how you connect the component to anything else. So let's try to get these aligned. Yeah, that looks about right. This box is so weird for some reason. I feel like it's not the right size. I feel like it's coming in at like half the size it's supposed to be. I just made it 2 millimeters, but it's only that's only 1 millimeter wide. So there's something going on where schematic boxes aren't being drawn correctly. So definitely something to look into. It also is like not centering properly. If I put this at 0, it's gonna go up. So there's something, yeah, there's something pretty wrong and annoying. I think the problem is the height, and I think the problem is pretty simply the width and height are being halved when it goes to actually draw it. I don't know if I want to take a detour to fix that. I think what I'll do is I'll do the code right, and then I'll go in and fix it after. Also, the line looks like it might be half the stroke width. If you look at this red line versus this red line, it looks like it's half as much for some reason. So there was some bad math in there. I can upgrade to the 5060 when it comes out. Very interesting. I guess it's not, I can't see the price yet because it's not like up yet. Yeah. I definitely picked like a compromise. I don't have any games to play because I use Steam Deck. So I was like, it's basically just for live streaming, and then maybe I'll try. I don't know. Maybe I'll try something. I wanted to be able to try something. I don't know. I should have done refurb though. That would have been a lot smarter. What would be really nice on this battery is if I had a positive indicator and a negative indicator. So I'm also going to throw that in. How's the Steam Deck? I like it. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem with the Steam Deck is like for me, I'm like super anal about this, but your neck is kind of down, right? You know, like, you're looking at your phone and like a monitor is like straight ahead, but like I never, I'm always on the couch or in my bed when I'm playing the Steam Deck. So for me, I think it's great. I think it's great. Bye. Yeah, no regrets. This text is not moving. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, it takes a position prop. Oh man, this is terrible. Yeah, but I like the Steam Deck a lot. Yeah, I've been playing Elden Ring because I realized I barely had gotten through. I played for 20 hours, I think, but I didn't know what I was doing. And so I think I got through like, effectively like 3 hours of game content, almost nothing. I just, I was fighting bosses and dying for like 100 times. So I'm trying to play that and maybe like figure out what the game's actually about, right? I also watched like a YouTube video and I think I know what a tarnished is now, so pretty happy about that. Is that your favorite game? It's cool. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anything gets my adrenaline going so fast because like you get that boss HP down and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm so close. Did you beat it? Elden Ring is the first one I've ever played, so I'm not familiar with the others, but I know that people love them. Level 180. I'm level 23. What level did you beat the game at, if I may ask? Because I keep wondering if I should just be grinding it out because I'm so bad. Like I just want to kind of grind it out until everything is easy. Like 90, okay. Okay, that's good. That's good for me to know. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. I last night, I was like dying over and over again at some boss, like a wolf with a big sword. And then at one point it like clicked like what I needed to do. And then it was like so fun like once it clicked because I was just like, oh, I dodge and then I hit him with my unsheath, and then yeah, you learn a bunch reading guides. You'll just be exploring areas at that level. Gotcha. So you do a lot of exploration, yeah. I'm gonna isolate this battery into its own component because I have to make 2 of them. So we do that, and then we'll want to have the name transfer over. It does get way better at the end. So much stuff is hit. Well, that's good to know. That's definitely good to know. Yeah, because it tells you so little. I like don't know if I'm doing it right. It almost makes me like not anxious, but like I'm like am I in the right place? Like, what am I doing? You know? But I also, last time I played, I think this is when I quit last time, is I had spent, this is so dumb, but I had spent like, it's like these rolling balls or something, and I had spent like, 3 hours probably, or 2 hours, like getting down this hallway with these rolling balls where you have to do this stuff. And and then I was like, oh, I got to the end of the hallway, and then you walk into a room and there's this worm, and it's like the hardest boss fight with this freaking worm. And I was like, man, I came all this way, I spent all this time getting down this friggin' hallway, and now I gotta kill this worm, and like the worm is so hard. So anyway, they don't tell you anything, you gotta look at guides. Yeah, makes sense. It does remind me, like, in the old days, I was playing, or I was watching somebody play Kingdom Hearts, and like they were in Tarzan World, and like it's like impossible to get out of there. And I was thinking about when, like, growing up, I was always on game FAQs, right? Like there was no way to do anything without game FAQs. So I don't know. Let's also give this the center property so that we can... Whoops. Oh, no. Literally harder than actual bosses. Random place bosses are the worst. Yeah. Yeah, made me cry. I was frustrated. Not like cry physically, like with tears. I have a big problem where I can't cry because my tear ducts have no way to like flush themselves out. If you can cry, that's great. Like I'm jealous for those who are able to produce tears from their tear ducts, especially if you are like me and stare at a computer all day and you just desperately want a good flushing. All right, we have it. We have everything in our schematic. We do need to add footprints, but this is it. Everything is here. So we got to do traces, and then we got to do footprints, and then we have to do some stuff on the BOM. But after that, theoretically, it can be ordered. I don't think it'll take that long. So we might be, we might be looking at ordering a PCB today. That'd be pretty cool. I tend to tear up a bit after 140 deaths. Can you see your death count on Elden Ring? Do they track that? They got to be tracking that. You haven't actually died 140 times to a single boss. That'd be awesome if they tracked that. I think last night probably I would have been like 15 or 16 with Wolfman, and I bet he's like the easiest boss in the game. Ooh, you fight Melina. That's crazy. Melina's like the god, right? Wow, you fight Melina? Or am I thinking of somebody else? There's like maybe a couple M names. All right, yeah, let's do some traces. It's time. So with traces, you can say from and to. And so we'll just do that a bunch. So R2, I'm going to need the diagram here. So R2 goes to power. This is where things get pretty weird. So R plus, like, okay, so maybe we should start with the battery. The battery section, the positive of one battery goes to the negative of the other battery. Like that. Hopefully that draws. If it doesn't, oh no, why is it so far off? Melina is your guardian. Yeah, Melania. Okay. I don't know that boss yet. Melina is your guardian, yeah. Elden Scrolls is so weird. I also thought you like didn't need Melina. I was like, oh yeah, there's probably like a version of this game where you don't make that first choice, but it turns out you totally have to. Totally have to make that first choice. no way around it. Okay, so it's a hidden area, a super hard boss that's optional. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's definitely always the optional ones that give people grief. Okay, that looks good. Schematic router is also not being too confusing yet, which is also great. I wonder how I want to do this as far as like tracing things out. Yeah, let's just kind of hit each one. I don't know. Doesn't matter. This is gonna be a grind. B1 7 port.7 to R2 left, or R2 right because of the way it's rotated. No elements found. B1 port.7. I think there's some issue with specifying ports right now, so I'm gonna use the name discharge. So that should do it. There we go. Schematic router is starting to get a little weird. Why did you do that little curl? But whatever. Okay, R2 right. I'm just waiting for AI to be able to do this part for me. This is definitely the grind. It would be nice too. This is like where you would want to drag and drop, right? It'd be so much easier to just drag and drop. But alas, we're not there yet. Not there yet. All right. R1 right to C1 left. And then there's a bunch of connections from there. Oops. So 6 and 2 are going to go to C1. 6 and 2 to C1. All right. B1 thresh. To C1 left, and then B1 trig, C1 left. If this circuit doesn't work when I get it delivered, I'm gonna have 0 tools for debugging it. I'll have to buy tools. Why is this misaligned? I think what's happening is schematic paths are being removed. Like, I think this schematic path is supposed to go like this, because I recently did some rework on that routing, and I think what's happening is the last segment is getting removed. It's probably easy to resolve, but that's pretty annoying. It makes everything look bad. But I'm here to order something today, so I don't care. I gotta get my blinking LED. All right, so C1 right is going to go to ground, which is B1 negative. That's going to be a really bad looking one, probably. Yeah. So it kind of cuts through everything. So it cuts through everything to the right. We want it to cut through to the left. Ideally, there's a net alias, but that's not set up. So we're gonna try to make it go to the right. To do that, I'm gonna use schematic hinting. So I'm gonna give it a schematic route hint. I'm gonna say, please go to the left. It's probably like 3. I don't know. I think it's loading. Okay, so it decided to go there and then go back up. So sometimes the auto router is going to be very stubborn, and so you might have to give it multiple hints. So I'll tell it to go all the way up, and finally it's doing something resembling something normal. I don't know what's going on with these offsets though. That's crazy. Oh, this was working. Okay, it's fine. Cool. So the ground of this guy has to go in there too. From B1 ground to, I'm gonna attach it to C1 right, which is gonna be my kind of like ground stand-in. Yeah. All right. And then while we're doing ground stuff, the R3 is also going to go to ground. So we'll say R3 right, C1 right. Okay. Yeah, a lot of issues with this auto routing, but that's aesthetic. That's the aesthetic layer. We'll figure it out later. It's not that hard of a problem. It's just a time-consuming problem. All right. Looking at this. I've got to make this little connection over here, that LED to R3. I was a little bit... Oh, okay, cool. That worked. I haven't done too much with diodes. Okay, so out is going to go to LED. So trace from B1 out to LED left. Copilot is starting to understand it a little bit, so that's good. All right, and then we have VCC and reset going to power. Is that it? Control is unconnected, so that's it. Okay, let's do it. B1 VCC to B2 positive. Oh boy, that looks really bad, but I think it's going to the right place. It's kind of unclear. It looks like it's going to negative. Maybe I'm gonna just add a hint for now. Make that a little better. Oh my gosh, something is going on with this last part, but at least it's clear now. Clear error. Wow, this is so broken. Oi. Okay. I'm sure I broke this like on Friday. B1 reset to... Oh, you know what? What did I call this thing? Did I call this... I didn't reuse B1, did I? I reused B1. That's not good. So lucky that the ports are named differently, but normally you would call these U1. So I'm going to change this to U1 where applicable. Okay, so B1, blah, blah, blah. U1. Okay. Yep. Okay, cool. Oh, I forgot to do the switch. Oh. So for the switch, what you would do is after B2, we would like basically between B2 and the power stuff, like it looks like everything is going into the 555 timer and then coming out. So like right here, you would have the switch. The switch is going to be another custom component. I mean, I went through the effort of finding the switch, so I might as well add it. I probably won't regret adding the switch. The downside of the switch is this one is a completely in Chinese. But also it's DPDT, which means dual pole. Yeah. I have to remember how this works. Should I skip the switch and just have a battery? Or should I look... it's such a standard way to do a switch, but because I don't have soldering equipment here, I'm worried that if I place it wrong, I'd have to reorder just because I put on a switch wrong. I really wanted a 2-pin switch for that reason. I think what this diagram is saying is the variable connection, the one that you trigger on and off, is between these last two things. Oh, yeah, I think I understand. This isn't that complicated. So basically, this element is in contact with these 4 pads, or it's in contact with these 4 pads. So I actually feel like I could probably get that right first try. And if I don't, I'm a very sad alligator. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. It does say its working voltage is 12 volt, but I don't think there would be an issue if you went lower. I think it's more of an issue if you go higher. Yeah, I guess we can add it. It's going to be another custom component. I really hope I don't mess up the switch. I'll be so sad. Okay, so name and then center, same thing as last time. And then let's throw some stuff inside of it. It's also going to have a left and right port. I can kind of use the same thing as the battery. It's pretty general purpose. Although I think the ports will be like 1 and 2. I don't think they'll be... We'll just do that. For a switch, I don't think it makes much sense. This for a DP whatever switch, for the dual everything, there is a specific schematic diagram. Like, I think this is the specific diagram. Oh, yeah, this could be... I could represent this as a bug. Could represent it as a bug. Be a little bit easier. Let's do it as a bug. It's a little lazy, but I'm not above it. We're not going to do a footprint yet. We do need to give it the same stuff. Port arrangement. Left side 3, or left size 3. Right size 3. Port labels. And we'll just keep these super simple. This is what the default should be, but I forgot to set it up to do this. They number this a little bit weird here. And maybe that's normal. I feel like 1 should be here, but I don't know. No, actually, I guess this is normal if you consider this the top and bottom. Okay, so yeah, that's our switch. Let's move it a little bit to the right. Maybe a lot to the right. There's a circuit, there's an routing error, so let's resolve that. For some reason, neither of these bugs have titles. They don't have like useful title texts, which they're supposed to have. Ah, this is so bad. It's such a mess. I don't know why it's doing that. Hey, okay. I'm going to throw in the part number a little early here. While I have the page up. Okay. There we go. It's using an old version of React Fiber. So I'm just going to update that, where it doesn't support the part numbers the same way. Hopefully that fixes it. No. String, and undefined. I don't know. Maybe I introduced a new bug? No, that works. I don't know. Whatever. Deal with it later. Should work. Gah. All right. Deal with it later. Okay. We're forcing this into existence. Okay. So there's only two things that go to B2 positive right now. Or three things. Yeah. So let's put those all at the bottom. And then we're going to have those go to the switch instead. And then my understanding from this diagram down here is basically we want to have, I think three, like via 2 and 3 or 1 and 2. Basically, as long as we don't do 1 and 3, we're good. 1 and 3 are never connected, but 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 are. So, so let's do 2 and 3. So we'll say to S1 3. Hopefully that works. Okay. So that's basically our new power. And then we'll connect B2 to 2. I think that's right. I think across these two things, they're never connected. I could be wrong, but I think they're never connected. So like 5 is never connected to 2. So that would also be a big mistake. Worst case scenario, if I really mess up the switch, I could try to go to a soldering station and like connect these two things, or like take 2 wires to try to connect these 2 pads. Well, I got to go to it. I got to rip off the switch though. So hopefully it doesn't happen. Yeah, hopefully it just works first try. Or there's some other issue. Or yeah, well, okay. But this is done. This is fully traced. Oi, I really want to order this thing, but I'm kind of worried that more issues are going to come up as I work on it, and I'm already 6 hours in, so I'm fatiguing out a little bit. So I think what I'm going to do is commit this up and basically call it around here, and then tomorrow I will do the fun ordering of the actual circuit. So. And debug any issues that happen, because I feel like it's almost inevitable that some kind of issue happens, and so could be quite a long day if I commit to it today, and I'm very close to committing to it. So that's probably it. Let's push this guy up. git add initial commit. But thanks everybody for tuning in, and talk soon. Cool. Okay. Initial commit. Let's push that up. All right. Cheers, everybody. See ya.